Hello and good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Westborough Board of Selectmen being held remotely on Tuesday, September 8th, 2020. I will read the governor's order into the record. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law C-30A, Section 18, and the governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Westborough Board of Selectmen will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Westborough's website at town.westborough.ma.us. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so in the following manner: through Westborough TV, on Charter Channel 192, Verizon 28, through the YouTube channel, or live on demand through the website. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the Town of Westborough's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. I'll never get tired of reading that. Okay, so with that, I will turn the agenda over. Actually, I'll go through the agenda. I'll ask our vice chair to read through boards and committees openings, and then we'll get right into our first agenda item. So we have a discussion vote to request a gift of land at 140 to 142 South Street. We have a public hearing at 5:30 to approve the transfer of an all alcohol license from Joseph Antonio DBA JP's Restaurant Inc. to Cap West Inc. DBA JP's Restaurant and Pub. At 5:40, we have committee appointments. At 5:45, we have a presentation of the VIA van service. At 6 o'clock, we'll go through approval of some meeting minutes. We are skipping over the agenda item number 7 regarding 30 Belknap. At 6:10, we'll have a discussion vote to release the Nine Grove Phase 1 environmental report. At 6:20, discussion vote regarding the amendment to municipal aggregation contract. 6:25, a presentation from Sustainable Westborough regarding the marketing plan of the municipal aggregation program. 6:40, presentation from the Westborough Golf Club proposed management model, or regarding that. 7:20, presentation of police policies and accreditation update. 7:45, discussion vote to set a date for fall town meeting. 7:50, discussion vote to set a date for special town meeting. 7:55, discussion vote to place articles on the special town meeting warrant. 8 o'clock, discussion vote to close the special town meeting warrant. 8:05, discussion vote to support articles on special town meeting warrant. At 8:05, basically right after that, discussion vote regarding the comprehensive fiscal management policy amendment and the capital planning policy. 8:25, discussion regarding preparation for the meeting with the legislative delegation. We will skip over agenda item number 19. Item number 20, discussion vote regarding the Lyman Sidewalk project. Number 21, town manager report, and we will finish with issues and correspondence of the selectmen on time at 9:10 p.m. I know, eyebrows are up. Okay, Alan, if you would please read through the committees and board openings, please.
Sure, and a reminder that participating in appointed boards and committees is a great way to get involved and help with the management and running of our town. Several committee openings. Town manager appointed committees include the Cable TV Advisory Committee with 2 members. This is an ad hoc committee. The position of constable, we have 1 position open. It's a 1-year term. Insect and Pest Control Officer, it's a 1-year term. The measurer of wood, a 1 position for a 1-year term. And the Municipal Building Committee has 2 members. That is a 3-year term. Among positions appointed by the Board of Selectmen, we have 1 member for an indefinite term on the the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. 3 positions ad hoc for the Community Preservation Act Exploratory Committee, whose work will be getting going fairly soon. 1 member for a 3-year term on the Council on Aging, a non-voting member for a 3-year term on the Country Club Operating Committee, 11 members, 3-year terms for the Cultural Council. The Historical Commission has a non-voting member, 1 position open for a 3-year term. The Open Space Preservation Committee has 1 member for a 3-year term. The Recreation Commission has 1 non-voting member for a 3-year term. The Senior Disabled Taxation Aid Committee is looking for 2 members. That's an indefinite term. And the Trustees of Soldiers Memorial, 1 voting and 1 non-voting member, so 2 positions open, each with a 3-year term. The Veterans Advisory Board, 1 member for a 1-year term. And the Youth Commission is looking for 1 additional adult member for a 3-year term. With respect to moderator-appointed committees, the Walk Up Robinson Fund Committee, which helps manage the Walk Up Robinson Fund and open space in town, has 1 member open position for a 3-year term.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, Christy, I'll turn it over to you for our first agenda item in public session regarding accepting a gift of land located at 140 to 142 South Street. Christy, you are on mute if you were talking. Thank you.
Sorry. I'm just going to put a map up. So we have Jordan McCarran on, also our conservation director, but this is just a map showing the 140, 142 South Street. When this property was sold, there was an order of conditions placed on it by the Conservation Commission. It created 2 lots, so you can see that here. And then the open space in the back was to be gifted to the town. There was also an existing sewer easement on the parcel that was to be gifted to the town. And as we've talked about before, once that goes to the Conservation Commission, it's protected under Article 97. And so it would be very difficult for us to do any work in the sewer easement. So like we did with Belknap, we actually have 2 parcels here. We have parcel A, which is the sewer easement, and parcel B, which is being gifted to the town. Parcel A being under the care and control of the Board of Selectmen for the purposes of the sewer easement, and then the rest being under the care and control of the Board of Selectmen. So this is something that's accepted as a gift, that would be accepted as a gift. So the board does have motions before you tonight for the board to execute deeds. The deeds have been signed by the current owner, and then we would just need the selectmen to come in and also sign. The Conservation Commission also needs to accept parcel B, the parcel that's coming to them. So they're actually doing that at a meeting later this evening. And so if you have any questions, Jordan is also on the call to answer them.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Christy.
Yes.
When you spoke about the sewer easement being under the control of the Board of Selectmen, I think you also said that the larger piece was under the Board of Selectmen, but I think you meant the Conservation Commission.
Oh, I apologize. I did mean the Conservation Commission.
Yep.
Yes. So the whole parcel was intended to be gifted to the Conservation Commission, but in order for us to retain the ability to use that sewer easement, that small sliver is going to be under the care and control of Selectmen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lee.
Just one question, just for the public's benefit, is approximately how many acres is the parcel A, the non-easement parcel?
Christy, I can answer that. I think it's
Seventy.
on the plan. It says 0.4 acres, or just under half an acre.
For the sewer, and the rest is, I believe, 27.5 acres?
Yeah.
Correct.
Half. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
Just the motion that is provided to you, if you can just add at the end, subject to change by town council, there was just one minor change that she's going to need to make to the.
Okay, so I move pursuant to the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8C, to approve the Conservation Commission's acceptance of a gift of a 27.5 acre parcel of land located off South Street from Kendall Homes, Inc., for the conservation and passive recreation purposes, contingent upon one minor change from Town Council.
I second the motion.
Okay, Emery seconded. Any further discussion on the first motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll start with Selectman Johnson,
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery,
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi,
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh,
Yes.
and Selectman Marshall, yes, that's 5-0. And I'll entertain a second motion.
I moved pursuant to provisions of General Law C-83, because that's Section 1, to accept by gift and for sewer purposes a parcel of land located off South Street and containing 0.436 acres, more or less, from Kendall Homes Incorporated.
I'll second that.
Subject,
Okay.
subject to any changes by town council.
Subject to any
Changes.
changes by town council.
Thank
I
you.
accept that
And I'll
amendment.
second that, Selectman Johnson.
Okay, seconded the amended motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go in the same order. Selectman Johnson,
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Selectman Emery,
Yes.
Selectman Hashmi,
Yes.
and Selectman Edinburgh,
Yes.
and Selectman Marshall, yes, that's 5-0, 5 being present. Great. Thank you for joining us, Jordan, and Christy for your work in town councils on that.
Thank you all very much. On behalf of the commission, we greatly appreciate your support and have a good rest of your meeting.
Great.
Enjoy
Thank
your
you.
meeting as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Christy, I'll open this up to you. Next item.
So the next item you'll want to vote to go into.
Convene the public,
Sorry.
convene the public hearing.
I'll move to open the public hearing for the transfer of license application for KAP West Inc. doing business as JP's Restaurant and Pub. To transfer an all alcohol license from Joseph Antonio doing business as JP's Restaurant Inc.
Emery, second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Okay, a roll call vote for that. Ian,
Selectman Johnson, yes.
Lee?
Did you want any discussion?
Oh,
This is just
We have to
open.
open the
just
hearing
open the
first.
public
Oh,
hearing.
excuse me, just open
Sorry.
it. You're right. Yes,
Sorry.
Emery, yes. That was
Thank you.
my
Keep
fault.
me on my toes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Syed
Yes.
and Alan
Edinburgh, yes.
and Marshall, yes. Okay, great. So the public hearing is officially open. Thank you and welcome to our guests. If you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Good evening, Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is Ben Kaplan. I am the president of Cap West.
And I'm Joe Kaplan. I'm Ben's little brother. Brother of Cap West.
All right, great. Well, welcome. Christy, do you want to just kind of give us some background and then we'll turn it over to the Kaplans for any presentation?
Sure. This is just a transfer of the all alcohol license from JP's. I'll let them talk to you about the transfer of the business.
Okay, great. All right, gentlemen, we'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, so essentially for us, we are looking to take over JP's and pretty much keep it exactly as it is and exactly as it has been for a very long time. Our experience in restaurants we've been in restaurants forever. Currently, we own and operate 3, Center Tree Bar and Grill in Rutland. That one we opened from scratch, and the other 2 would be similar to what we're going to be doing with JP's now, Lakeside Bar and Grill in Shrewsbury and Herbie's in Worcester. Both of those businesses were thriving businesses, and the owners were looking to retire, and myself and my brother, we slid right in and just followed the recipe of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So both places were thriving, so we kept it going just as is, which is exactly what we intend to do with JP's. It's a local landmark, and we want to keep it as such.
Great. Okay, thank you. So I'll open up to the board for questions. Yes. Selectman Emery.
Hi, I read your credentials and you certainly look like you're a family business, and that's really nice to see. Even though you don't come from Westborough, you'll be Westborough family business, and I appreciate that and your intention. I am wondering, where it hasn't been renovated for quite a while, And it's kind of dark when you get in there. When you come up to the front door, you can't even tell if they're open because the door is black. Are you going to make it, are you going to do some sort of cleanup renovations physically? And just keep your business and the menu and the drinks and everything the same? Or what are you thinking about that?
I think it's going to require us getting in there a little bit more and seeing exactly kind of what's going on and where, if anything, needs to be fixed. I think from what I gather, that's part of the charm to the business that people like. But if it's anything that sort of needs to be brought up to code or anything along those lines, then definitely we'll do.
Okay, thank you. Other selectmen with questions or comments? Yes. Ian first, please, and then Christy.
Sure. No, congratulations to you. You are taking over a, kind of a landmark in town and a family business, that has, that people love. And I think hearing what you're saying, I think is going to be appreciated by the community. And we look forward to having you here with hopefully our affirmative vote after this, but we look forward to continue to work with you. I think being restaurant owners, this in Westborough, we take it very seriously with, underage and making sure that everyone's trained and that you follow all those rules. I know that you will, but we also like seeing you in this situation. We don't want to see you in a situation where we have, something happening in regards to serving of underage residents. So keep that in mind. I know as restaurant owners, you know that all too well. So I probably am singing to the choir here, but it is something that we always say we either issue or transfer liquor licenses here in town because it's something we take seriously and want to make sure everyone follows the rules.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
We also take that very seriously. It's just not worth it is our pretty much frame of mind. It's not worth it for fines, for reputation, for anything along those lines. So very strict. It's a rule for a reason.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Selectman Johnson, for saying that. I know typically you've had that comment in the past. So thank you for representing the board with that because we do collectively take it seriously and want you to be work closely with the police, as you may need, their help in the future, not for them to call upon you for violations. So, Christy.
So since this is a public hearing, we're going to provide the phone number, the call-in phone number.
Thank you.
Give it a couple of minutes to allow people that are interested to call in. So the phone number is 1-414-909-5501. And Alan, they have to put the PIN in, right? And so the phone number again is 1-414-909-5501. And the PIN is 4322-47512. So the PIN is 4322-47512. Thanks.
Alan, is there any way you can display that so people could actually see it? That'd be great. We're already working on it.
All right. While you guys are on that, I'll add my comments. I love, certainly maybe it could be modernized a little bit in terms of its outward looking view. Whatever you do, don't change the chicken tender recipe because it is a mess around. And if you mess with it, so goes your business. Sorry.
That's why if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right. And make sure you continue to offer, lobster rolls, popcorn, all of that, all the healthy things. So, but no, seriously, congratulations. When I had heard that the current owner was interested in selling, I was among others really sad to think, oh no, we're going to lose, a great local restaurant where you can walk in and feel very comfortable and it's been welcoming for generations. So really happy that you guys took it over and have some young enthusiasm and you have, most important as well, other successful experience behind you. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes.
So congratulations and thank you. I realize in the current situation with COVID-19, operating a restaurant is more of a challenge than it normally is. So I also want to remind you that our town has a very efficient process in place. Should you be able to work out details with the landowner, the center owner, as far as location and stuff, and we're interested in outdoor seating and modifying your once you take ownership and the license transfers, modifying the premise to support that, just get in touch with the office and we'll get you through that process.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
Great.
So Shelby, do you want to see if anybody
Yes.
joins
Yes.
that?
Do we have any comments for the public? Alan, I'll need your expertise to monitor if we have folks.
We have no dial-ins at this point in time.
Okay, because I saw 2 other folks join us, but we're okay. All right. Okay, we'll just give it a minute. Everyone be patient just because we just posted that. Again, we're in the middle of a public hearing here for the transfer of an alcohol license from for JP's Restaurant.
Shelby, if I could just ask a question,
Please.
and it probably was in the materials, and I mean, I've seen it, but maybe in terms of the date with this going through, what's the date that you guys will be taking over the business?
So I guess it just really depends on what happens with the state and how fast they turn around their liquor license. I mean, we're hoping October 1st, but it's up in the air with when we get that approved from the state.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, that's always a big question mark.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Christy, at this point, you feel like we can close the hearing or take a vote and move on to that? Okay, great. Okay, so I will entertain a motion for this transaction.
Sure, I'll make a motion to move to approve the transfer of the all alcohol license for Cap. I got it right this time when I heard you. Sorry, I called it KAP. Cap West Inc. Incorporated, doing business as JP's Restaurant and Pub at 166 Milk Street, and naming Joseph Kaplan as the manager of record as per their application.
I second that. Emery?
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion by the board? Okay, well, that will go to a roll call vote. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery?
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 5-0, 5 being present. Congratulations, guys, and let's hope the state moves quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you guys down there.
Take care.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
I'll second that. Selectman Johnson.
Okay, not seeing any further discussion. We'll call vote. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery?
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Okay, Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes. The public hearing is officially closed. Okay, great. We will move on to our next item, which is our committee appointments. And Christy.
Yep, so we have the request to reappoint Michael Stanton to the Treatment Plant Board, and then a request to appoint Ryan Nguyen to the Westborough Cultural Council, and a request to appoint Miriam A. Frame to the Youth Commission.
Okay, I'll take a motion for all 3.
Sure, I'll move to reappoint Michael Stanton to the Treatment Plant Board for a term ending September 30th, 2023. Also move to appoint Ryan Nguyen to the Westborough Cultural Council for a term ending June 30th, 2023. And finally, to move to appoint Miriam A. Frame to the Youth Commission, also for a term ending June 30th, 2023.
Edinburgh seconds.
Okay, thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion by the board?
Just so happy to see people who have been on. Mike Stanton is an incredibly hard worker on that group, and then to see new faces, it's wonderful.
Yeah, I know that Ryan was a youth member on the Cultural Council and has graduated from high school, and stepping in to join the Cultural Council is great to see as well.
Yes, impressive resumes and interest, and always so exciting to see folks continuing and as well as new interests. So thank you to all of you and for all those to come. Okay, with that, we'll take a vote. Selectman Johnson.
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery.
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi.
Oops. I think he's on mute.
Okay. I'll come back to him. Selectman Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes.
I gotcha, Syed. Thank you. Selectman Edinburgh, yes, and Marshall, yes. 5-0, 5 being present. Great. Thank you and congratulations. Okay, we are moving on to our agenda item number 5, a presentation by VIA, or about VIA van service by the WRTA. Christy, if you would, please.
Yep. So as the board's aware, the town is going to pilot this via point-to-point van service. We've been working with CMRPC, WRTA, and VIA on this, and so they're getting ready to launch. They've already met with the Economic Development Committee. I know that they're scheduled to meet with several other boards and committees to just kick this off. And I'll turn it over to Sujatha from CMRPC, who's going to introduce everybody.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you all for having us tonight. We are very excited to talk to you about this on-demand transit service in Westborough. Again, my name is Sujatha Krishnan. I'm the Deputy Director at Central Mass Regional Planning Commission. So CMRPC and WRTA, we've been working on coming up with creative solutions to increase access to public transit. As you all know, Westborough is the second only to Worcester to have the most number of Uber and Lyft rides in our region. And also, we've heard through all our transportation processes throughout the region, the need and the gap at the MBTA train station with parking issues. And, I know this is a difficult time now with COVID, but hoping things will get back to normal sometime in the future. So when a great opportunity came up for creative funding through MassDOT, we worked very closely with the WRTA to pilot an on-demand transit service with VIA. Again, thank you, Christy, for the letter of support, and we've been working closely with Christy and Jim in the town through this entire process. So I'm very pleased to welcome Dennis Lipka, the WRTA administrator, and Alex Bluestein and his team from the VIA here to explain more about the service, how it works, and answer any questions that you might have. Thank you all. Dennis? You're
Dennis,
muted.
Dennis, you're muted. There you go.
Here we go.
All right.
Thank you all for having us here this evening. I know you have a busy agenda, so we'll try to move along crisply. We've had a service in Westborough, basically a fixed route service between several locations and the MBTA, the Westborough MBTA station. And it just hasn't been very well received, largely because I think it didn't match up well with the demographics in Westborough. A year ago, just about a year ago, I started conversations with VIA, which is a worldwide company that operates in a number of large metropolitan areas in the United States to provide a specialized transit network that would address the particular needs of the town of Westborough. It's important for the WRTA to do this because we've done a fair job at moving around the social justice populations and people who are transit dependent, but we haven't made very much of an inroad in terms of getting ridership back in the suburban communities. So in the course of the meetings with VIA, I made them aware of the 37 communities that the WRTA served and suggested that they look at some of the easterly suburban communities. And Westborough jumped right up on the target list. Last year, you provided 20,000 Uber and Lyft rides and have access to many employment opportunities, social institutions, shopping opportunities, and 2 MBTA stations, the one in Southborough and the one in Westborough. Both of which, when we started this process, were at maximum capacity for parking and creating huge traffic jams. So we thought we might be able to work out a program with VIA to address those needs. We put out an RFP back in the spring. VIA responded along with some others, but the VIA proposal was far better than everyone else's on a number of planes. First, they were providing 4+ vehicles. Of the 4 vehicles, 1 will be a wheelchair accessible vehicle so that transit will be available to all of the community. We talked about a service that would run Monday through Friday, and VIA came back with a proposal that ran that service from early in the morning till early evening. In a few minutes, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Alex, and he will outline for you all of the specifics. But the highlight is we're going to kick the service off on September 22nd. We're going to offer it. Would you like a dog? We can give you a dog with the transportation network. The service will be at no charge to the residents who register. You'll still have to schedule the rides and everything else, but there will be no charge for the first 30 days of the service. So the WRTA is heavily invested in this. We would really like to see this program work, even though we're in a very difficult time with respect to the pandemic. People's needs to get to places and get around in the town of Westborough haven't gone away. They've just been delayed. So with that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Alex and his crew from VIA.
Thank you, Dennis. And good evening to my name is
Alex, we're getting a bit of feedback. If you could mute your phone, and Alan, you might have to help us out here. Oh,
I think we're good now.
There we go. Thank you.
Awesome. Can you all hear me? Great. Good evening. My name is Alex Bluestein. Super excited to be presenting to you today about VIA. First, I just want to give a really big thank you to Chrissy, Sujatha, Dennis, and the WRTA team and the Westborough community. We're super excited and have been these last week, especially working together as we quickly prepare for the launch of the VIA WRTA service. So myself and Mike Vaccarino, who are also on the call, are just going to talk you through a few specific things about the service and hopefully get the community excited. And also we'll turn it over to you with any questions. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I just want to make sure you guys can see it, hopefully right now.
We're getting there. Give it a second. There you go.
Awesome. So please feel free to interrupt with any questions. But again, really looking forward to giving you this overview. First, just to tell you a little bit about who we are and who VIA is. So we actually partner we have over 120 partners in 20 countries all around the globe. And we do a bunch of different things working with public transit agencies to provide improved mobility options. So you can see some of the cities and continents that we currently operate in. And we also provide fully integrated solutions for all and many different aspects of mobility. So that's not just on-demand transit, that's also school buses and paratransit, to corporate shuttles, to other things like university shuttles. So we have a bunch of different solutions and are really excited to tell you about what we're doing here in Westborough. To tell you a little bit about our technology, our bread and butter is pairing travelers that are moving in the same direction through our coined virtual bus stops. So we're actually able to aggregate riders safely by encouraging people to just walk a little bit to and from their destinations. This allows us to achieve great utilization of the vehicles and also serve more riders while using less vehicles at the time. One of the best things that we love to talk about is our algorithm that is dynamic and changes every day that we work to improve to provide the most efficient service for residents in the community. So now what you're all probably wondering for is, what are we doing here for the Westborough community? So on the right, you can actually see our service zone. But before I talk about the service zone, I can give you sort of a high-level summary of what we're going to be doing. So it is a microtransit pilot seeking to address and improve mobility within the Westborough community. The service is point-to-point. So what that means is you can go from anywhere to anywhere within this existing service zone. And we really think, as Dennis was alluding to, that we can help some of parking and congestion problems that are in Westborough. So as you can see, we have included those Southborough and Westborough MBTA stations. And we also really want to provide an affordable, reliable mode of public transit in Westborough. Again, trying to bring riders to and from many of these anticipated use cases. So we are launching on September 22nd, including one wheelchair accessible vehicle. The service zone calls out a few distinct points of interest. These will actually be shown in the app itself. We do these just to highlight a few great places to encourage ridership. So for example, to and from the Senior Center or the Bay State Commons. These are not the only places you can go. These are merely used for visual representation to get people excited. And in terms of the service hours, we will be operating weekdays, so Monday to Friday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. To talk a little bit more about the details, these are actually, we just got these images. These are the branded vehicles. So their 2020 Chrysler Pacifica is really beautiful. And thanks to the WRTA team for helping us with this design. But we're really excited about this brand new look. So rides are going to be $2 regardless of distance traveled, anywhere to anywhere in the zone. If you do travel to the MBTA station, which is awesome, we're actually going to be making those rides $1 to sort of encourage people to say, hey, maybe I can give up my car, and now I don't have to worry about parking and trying to find a space early in the morning at the MBTA station. As we mentioned, you can just pick your pickup and drop-off location in the app, and it's super easy to use. And we also want to make sure that we're taking the necessary steps in these COVID times to limit capacity. So at no point will there be any more than 3 passengers in the vehicle. Of course, we hope that COVID is over as quickly as you do, and we'll be able to increase capacity and the efficiency of our service once we're hopefully in better times ahead. And again, we have those 4 vehicles with 1 wave. To sort of wrap it up, we're doing a holistic approach to launching this service. As Dennis mentioned, we are launching a free service for the first 30 days. And we think this is going to be a really great way to let people know about the service and get the community really involved. And we're also working with the WRTA on specific marketing and outreach campaign to get the word out and get people excited. So that is the high-level overview. And now really just hoping to turn it over to any questions that you guys may have.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation, Alexander. I will entertain any questions from the board. Lee, yes.
Yes, I wondered, you mentioned the Southborough MBTA station, but not the Grafton one. And we think, maybe we're wrong, a lot of people either go there first because they think Westborough will be full, or try it after. Now, did you have different information that made you feel it was more important to use the Southborough station or to add that instead of Grafton?
Sure. So, and Dennis, I think, can speak to this as well, but when we were going through the scoping process, what we wanted to do is start with what we first would be a really great use case. One of the best parts about our service, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback, so maybe someone can mute.
Yeah, folks, if you're unmuted, could you please mute? Thanks.
So one of the best parts about this service too, and what we're really excited to work with Dennis and the WRTA team, is we're going to receive a lot of dynamic data about request trips in origin. So for example, if we're seeing that areas right outside of the zone or close to the zone are being requested, we can ingest all of that information and in real time adjust our service zone accordingly. We thought this is a pilot zone, and this is going to be a really great use case to encompass the majority of the requests that we might see on the platform. But you bring up a really good point, and I think over the next weeks and months, once we actually launch, we'll be able to work with the WRTA and be able to define or find out new locations that we should consider, of course, trying to serve.
Can I add on to that?
Please.
Yes.
When we looked at this, we were talking to Jim and Christy, and because the east side of where you have all your office parks is closer to Southborough Station than Westborough Station, it made absolute sense to include Southborough, because the way VIA model works is it's like the zone is generally developed for the town, but we wanted to include Southborough. And the other benefit of including Southborough versus Grafton is Southborough is in a different zone for the MBTA. So your cost of the ticket going to Boston is cheaper than going to Grafton. So if parking is not an issue, people want to go to Southborough, not to Grafton. So that was our reasoning behind that.
Good information. Thank you. Yes, Ian.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is exciting. I know, as Dennis talked about, we did the fixed route one, and it wasn't as successful as we hoped it would be over time. But I guess, one of the big things I think we tried hard on but struggled with a little bit was the marketing aspect. So if you just go a little bit more into the work you're doing on marketing, I guess anything that we as a town, I know you've probably been talking to Jim and Christy, and they know all this stuff, but just kind of give us and the public that's watching some info on that would be great.
Sure. So we have an entire in-house creative marketing team, and we have developed a bunch of different assets in tandem with the WRTA, from digital flyers and marketing posters, also things that are going to be going up on a few specific websites. We also try to create virality around all of our different outreach methods using the application itself. So we have a lot of tools that if you download the app, we can encourage ridership this specific way and organically grow it with our existing rider base. We do that through the means of referrals and push notifications that we can actually say, hey, we have a rider that uses this service a lot. They can refer their friends and actually get credit onto the platform once it becomes like a paid service. So aside from that, we're also really looking to you guys in your community. If you say, hey, there's a specific place that we can do a quick session on, that we can share posters or digital assets, we'd love to get some of those opportunities to make sure that we can get this out in front of as many people as possible.
That's great. Thank you. Chris, to that point, are we thinking about our digital billboards of using that as an opportunity here?
Yeah, definitely any outlet we have for advertising.
So there was discussion about marketing when this presentation was made to the Economic Development Committee. And so discussion about, leveraging the town's Facebook page and the other community pages, the electronic billboards, and reaching out to the Corridor 9 495 Chamber of Commerce as well to help reach out to businesses whose employees might find this valuable or who might see this as a great way to get customers to their door.
Thanks, Alan. And like I mentioned, we do have all these assets that are actually ready to go. We are just approving them right now to WRTA.
Alex, I'm sorry, we can't hear you very well.
Can you guys hear me now?
If everyone could just briefly mute their phone except for Alex.
How about now? Is this okay? Thanks, everyone. Alan, and that was actually a really good point, and I just wanted to mention, we do have all these assets that we've been working with the WRTA and providing, so feel free to reach out to Dennis, and he'll connect us, and we're happy to provide as many of these as possible just to make sure that we can get the word out.
Chairman Marshall, I'd like to
yes, Selectman Hashmi, and then Mr. Lipka.
First, I wanted to thank Mr. Lipska and Sujata for all the work. I mean, this has been a long process. They talked about it at the CMPPO, and this is a really creative solution. And I don't think you mentioned this, but one of the major contributors to traffic congestion is the number of Uber and Lyft rides. So this is not just environmentally friendly, it also cuts down on congestion. And one of the things I hope that we will do is, if memory serves, before the pandemic, and again, I don't know if these statistics are still true now after the pandemic, but before the pandemic, there was a significant amount of rides, that Uber and Lyft rides, that were being taken, for instance, from our apartment complexes to our office complexes. So I'm hoping that you will be targeting those areas, because again, that will reduce congestion and improve mobility. So I'm hoping that you'll be reaching out to those complexes.
I'm seeing lots of heads nodding, and I'm sure you can see the screen as well. So great idea.
See, I think I'm unmuted now. I think my staff would like to mute me every once in a while. But there are two other things that are really important here. One is, we're not looking at a one-time only marketing operation. This marketing operation is going to continue through time. As the service gets out in the community, we're going to reach out to the employers and businesses and try to develop relationships with them where they may subsidize rides in lieu of having parking problems at their own lots, or just a way to promote responsible transportation, public transportation. The second thing is that we haven't really focused on it, is the magic of VIA's scheduling is that they actually get people on vehicles going to and from locations. So other than like a fixed route where you get a number of people on an apartment complex and take them to a business and then you drive back empty, VIA's system does what transit has not been able to do, and that is to get people going in both directions. Now, you know, when we had the pre-pandemic, we were looking at people going to the MBTA stations and people coming from the MBTA stations to work in businesses in Westborough. And we thought this was the best. I mean, you have a high density, or the area of the community is right, the road infrastructure works, and the parking is lousy. So this is handmade, you know, a perfect project, if you will, for this type of transit system. And VIA's dynamic scheduling and their data collection and analysis is cutting edge in transit. So we're excited about this. And we know this is a first step. It's not the final step. This is going to get changed as we go through time. It may include other communities, not necessarily through Westborough, but we may make other communities aware of the opportunity to bring people to the Southborough or the Grafton or the Westborough station. So we're looking at a long-term effort here to modify transportation for the suburban communities east of Worcester and west of Boston.
So this is great. I want to applaud CMRCP, CMPPO, VIA, and the town of Westborough for all collaborating to make it happen, because I know it hasn't been easy. It certainly hasn't been easy as we got that thing called COVID thrown in the mix of all this. But, you know, persistence and good ideas always proceeds. And so congratulations to everyone who's made it happen. I know that there are a lot of people of a lot of ages with a lot of different interests who will find this service valuable. There are lots of folks that live kind of within town here who don't have reliable transportation, or they only have one vehicle. And so that really prohibits them oftentimes from seeking work, even just within Westborough, particularly as it gets colder. It's not so easy to walk around. And so I certainly see folks, riders, using the service that way. Certainly those who are aging, our seniors, will find this service of interest. Love that you have one ADA accessible van, and in general, vans tend to be pretty, you know, easy to get into anyway, so that's great. And certainly, as Alan already mentioned, the connectivity to businesses, again, whether it's for employees coming to, or folks going around, and having a safe ride so that they don't have to even drive themselves. So love what you're doing, love the creativity and the the technology and the positive impact it can have on our environment as well. One question I did have, you mentioned 3 passengers with COVID, I presume, and I don't know the state regs for this, but it's a mask for acquired policy, I presume? Yes, okay. Okay, great. And in terms of next steps for marketing, I presume you'll be working with Christy in the town on kind of all of that. Great, awesome. Okay, to the extent the town can help is what I was referring to. Great, all right, super. Any other questions for the VIA team or for WRTA or no? Okay, great. Well, all right, yeah, wishing you success and looking forward to help, on our own to promote that. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Thank you all.
All right, great. Okay, all right. We are running just a bit behind, but I think we can successfully approve some minutes here because folks do like to read them, and so I do want to get them out and available. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve. I'll take a motion for the August 4th minutes.
I move we approve the August 4th, 2020 minutes as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, I heard Johnson first. Okay, any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Lee, go ahead.
Question. I believe this is the one that has Selectman Emery moved to approve the purchase of 66-acre portion of the Eli Whitney property, but I wonder if it should have been 66.7 acres. Because it's the,
Yeah,
we're purchasing the entire thing, even though we have two lots that we're setting aside for municipal
Okay.
purpose. Is that correct, Christy? Should be 66.7?
It's the whole thing is 66.15, but
Okay,
I'm just trying to pull up the minutes.
yeah.
yeah, it does say 66 acre portion.
Whatever it is, it should just be exactly correct. That's all.
Yeah,
Yeah, or you could just say approximately 66 acres. That's actually what the article, how the article is written.
Okay, that's fine with me.
okay, so that's one change. Yes, Ian?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this was changed or not, but under the town meeting debrief, the first
Mhm.
bullet, it says John Moderator, Town Moderator, as opposed to John Arnold, Town Moderator. So just
It's kind of one and the same, isn't it?
a second. I did not catch it when I read through it. So
That's funny. Okay, we'll
Strong identity.
We'll
Yeah.
give it right. We'll give it.
Sorry about that, Mr. Arnold.
All right, great. Seeing no other comments, we'll take an amended motion, right, for approval? For those
Amend the
amendments?
motion as per the comments this evening.
Okay,
I amend my second.
okay, thank you. Roll call vote, Selectman Johnson.
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery.
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi.
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, that's 5005 being present. We'll move on to the minutes of July 28.
I move we approve the minutes of July 28th, 2020 as presented.
And I'll second that motion, Selectman Johnson.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, a roll call vote, Selectman Johnson.
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery.
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi.
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 5005 being present. Thank you. Okay, next agenda item is discussion vote to release 9 Grove Phase 1 environmental report. Christy.
Just make sure I wasn't mute. So as the board remembers, we had on our agenda for the annual town meeting, the purchase of the 9 Grove property. One of the things that we did as part of our due diligence was have a phase 1 environmental report done on that property. That's only been discussed at this point in executive session, has only been looked at in executive session. And so we've been asked to release that report. And so I would recommend that the board vote to release that report.
I move that we release the report, the environmental assessment.
Okay.
I second the motion for the report for 9 Grove Street.
Okay.
Thanks, Alan.
Any discussion? Christy, who, just for the benefit of the public, who has requested the release? The seller, right?
The seller has requested, but it would be released. Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be released publicly,
Yeah.
right? But it's the seller has requested it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, being that I think it consumed 650 pages of our packet, that's quite a gift. So
Have fun reading it.
and a fun read, right? Exactly. Okay. Well, with no further discussion, we have a motion and a second. Selectman Johnson.
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery.
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi.
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, that's 5005 being present. Okay, great. We are moving on to our next item, which is discussion vote amendment for the municipal aggregation contract. Christy.
Actually, Pete Dunbeck is going to present this item.
Pete.
I didn't know I was presenting the amendment. Do you want me to present this? I could speak to it, but so the history on this, as I understand it, is that the contract was executed with a 100% green plan, but the reference to the number of RECs, Class 1 RECs that were going to get purchased was a fixed number, 84%, where the state minimum escalates year after year. so that the number of RECs that they're purchasing should actually decrease year over year. And this amendment is a correction of that basically mathematical error of which as signed on the current contract, 3 years from now, we would be at something like 104% of the, we'd buy enough renewable electricity that we'd be at 104% on the 100% green plan. So this is just a correction of a mistake that was made in the current contract.
Okay.
It looks like it also is a change in price. Is that accurate?
Yes, as a result of that, the supplier does not need to buy as many RECs off the open market. So they lower the price to us because the number of RECs they have to purchase is reduced.
Perfect. Thank you.
And so that change is going from 12.71.717 cents per kilowatt hour to 12.585 cents per kilowatt hour.
Yes.
Great. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to authorize the town manager to approve and execute amendment number 2, the competitive electric service agreement dated April 29, 2020, between Dynegy Energy Services East LLC and the town of Westborough, resulting in a reduction to the price of the optional greener product from 12.717 cents per kilowatt hour to 12.585 cents per kilowatt hour.
Emery, second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion by the board?
Once again, thanks for all the work.
Okay.
A lot of work.
Seeing none, we'll have roll call vote. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery?
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 5005 being present. Okay, still staying on the energy theme here and aggregation. So we are moving into the next agenda item regarding the marketing plan for our municipal aggregation program.
So,
and Pete, just for the public, if you would introduce yourself and anyone else presenting, just so folks know, thanks.
yes, I'd be happy to. So, Eileen, are you on the call?
I am here, yes.
Excellent. And I think I saw Carol Fisher's name pop up. So I am Pete Dunbeck. I'm the chair of Sustainable Westborough, and we have taken on the responsibility for the communication plan associated with the new electrical contract, now called Westborough Power Choice. We have on the call Carol Fisher and Eileen Necropolis, who have been driving the development of the presentation and in the overall communications plan with the town, and we're going to be reviewing that. In your briefing package, you received the current draft of the communication or the community meeting presentation. It's not our plan to present that all this evening. We're just going to present a kind of a snippet of it. And it's more of a discussion around the communication plan itself than the slides that we're planning to use. However, because it's in your package, we welcome any questions you might have related to the presentation that we're planning to use. I did want to put in a couple of other items, just as little sidebars. We have recently received a Green Community Competitive Grant of almost $54,000. This is for LED lighting of several buildings in town, including several municipal buildings, and the hybrid police cruisers, some subsidy for that. We are, as you know, developing a climate action plan, and the Climate Action Plan Task Force would like to come to your next meeting to provide you the update. We had a discussion of this sometime in the spring, I think it was May, that we would be developing the plan to a certain point and then come back to you with an update. and we are beginning the community outreach portion, and we'd like to have a review with you before we go out to the community as a whole. And the last thing on the far right is exciting to me. We have new EV charging stations that are being constructed currently at the country club, and the charging stations mechanical have been installed. The electricity back to the grid has not yet been connected, so they haven't gone live. So hopefully soon we'll be charging cars at the country club. So I would like to pass the baton to Eileen, who is going to provide the presentation on the communication plan for the Westborough Power Choice.
Okay, thank you, Pete. So as he said, I'm here to bring you up to date on our communications plan for Westborough Power Choice. And I just want to bring you back a little bit to our original name, which was Westborough Community Choice Aggregation. And you may have heard some discussion about this before, that we were unhappy with that name because we didn't really feel like it communicated effectively what our mission is. So we determined that the DPU doesn't have any objections to a name change for our program, and we're now going ahead with the new name of Westborough Power Choice. And as I said, we feel the name better represents our mission of providing Westborough residents with a choice to obtain cleaner electricity at a fixed rate. We also have updated our branding to further clarify our mission. During a session facilitated by Peregrine, our working group decided that we wanted this logo to have a strong Westborough feel, a flavor of Westborough. And we picked the colors of blue and green and some yellow or orange. So I think we all think they came up with a really nice design. You can see that here labeled New Logo, Westborough Power Choice. And it shows an image of the town hall in deep blue with sort of a light bulb or sun shining behind with the imagery of the wind power within it. We also like the extra emphasis on choice, where it was italicized there. Both the Westborough Power Choice logo and the official Westborough Town Seal are going to be prominently displayed on all our communications and our presentations to further emphasize that this is a Westborough sanctioned program. In addition, we adopted a tagline, advancing a clean energy future. And we've integrated that tagline into our new website banner, along with elements drawn from our new logo and some more imagery supporting clean energy. So you can see that on the slide here. And you also note that our logo and the town seal are still there. So the website has also been updated to make it simple for residents to evaluate the plans and determine the best choice for their businesses or household. There's a few menu options, quite simple for people to make their way through. Overall, we feel like our changes provide Westborough Power Choice with an attractive professional image and facilitate easy enrollment. I'd like you to move on to the next slide, Pete. So you might recall seeing this slide in your packet, or a copy of this slide in your packet. This slide provides details of our new contract, which will take effect with the November 2020 meter read and be in effect through October 2023. Our new contract will offer 3 different fixed price plans. The default standard plan offers a competitive fixed rate with an average of 40% local renewable energy. The budget plan offers a minimum amount of renewable energy, the minimum amount of renewable energy required by the state, with the lowest price Westborough was able to negotiate. Each year, the state minimum increases. So you can see down the little asterisks where it's 2 asterisks, 16% in 2020, 18% in 2021, etc. So that increases each year by state law. The third plan, the 100% green plan, offers one of the most effective ways for participants to reduce their carbon footprint. 100% of the energy comes from local renewable energy, also known as Class 1 RECs. I know you're already aware of the pending contract you just discussed, and the price here shown reflects that adoption of that amendment. Pete, do you mind moving to the next slide? Thank you. So our next step is the state DPU required official press release. You have a copy of the full press release in your packet. Once the price amendment is signed by the board, the press release will be immediately sent to Dynegy. They have 3 days to approve the press release. We can release it when they get their approval. And then next slide, please. This is an outline of our community outreach activities. You've already seen just a glimpse of the front page of our website on one of our earlier slides. The website will support registration, plan selection, and direct customers to support by Peregrine, our consultants. It includes a handy calculator, which will show you exactly what your energy cost will be based on your energy usage in the particular plan that you choose. There will also be a link to a recording of one of our community presentations. The town website will have a link to Westborough Power Choice site, and it'll have our logo on it for easy identification. We'll also post announcements here. We've created print brochures in English and translations in Portuguese and Spanish. They'll be distributed through the food pantry, the youth and family services, veteran services, and other organizations.
So Eileen?
Yeah?
Let me just pop forward.
Yep.
So this is the image of the front of the brochure, and it's a 4-way fold brochure printed on legal paper. So you get a sense of what I think is pretty quality marketing material in addition to the electronic. Go ahead.
Sure. And then Shelby has graciously offered to feature Westborough Power Choice on the Frank and Mary show. So that will be coming up. Thank you for that. We have 2 community presentations scheduled that will be aired on Westborough TV. Those will be happening in the middle of September. Tomorrow, we're presenting to the Rotary Club. It's kind of our beta release of the presentation. On October 6th, we're scheduled to have that presentation with the Civic Club. We're also using the digital billboard on Route 9 and the Lyman Street message board, social media, and outreach to faith groups to draw attention to our presentations so we can feed people in to actually watch these presentations. And we're in the process of reaching out to some other community groups so that we can make additional presentations. And so I'm going to turn it over for questions, or to Pete for questions.
Yeah, just to reemphasize, thank you, Carol and Eileen, for great job in pulling this all together, and pretty sophisticated and complex announcement plan that I think will ensure our success. We do have, the contract goes live as shown on the slide with the first meter reading in November. So we have a couple of months to ensure that everybody is reached and is able to make the choice that's best for them based on their priorities. So any questions?
Yep, so open up to the board for questions or comments.
I think you've done a great job of keeping us up to date on the progress as you're making it. So we've gotten kind of familiar with that, with understanding the plan. But I think it's very sophisticated, the final marketing materials, the way they look, feel, sound. So thanks a lot to both you and Carol.
So,
You're welcome.
in kudos, the website is easy to use. I actually went on this afternoon, was able to calculate the pricing and switch my company's plan from the standard plan to the 100% renewable plan. And the whole process took less than 4 minutes. It was very convenient and well explained.
Just a note that I believe that's still
the current plan.
the current plan.
So
you need to. Now that you're signed up, hope you should automatically convert. That's great.
Exactly. That's our hope.
Yep.
That's great. Ian or Syed, any comments or?
No, I echo what Lee had said too. I appreciate all the work you've done. I appreciate you keeping us informed, and just ask that as we move forward with anything you're finding out, or if there's anything that we can do more, and whether it's coming back to a meeting to give an update. All this as we've talked earlier on. This is the important piece: is getting the information out to the public, getting folks to sign up, getting them to clearly understand these. I love the stuff that's out there. It looks great. So no comments or suggestions. You're doing a great job, but just keep us informed as to how it's going, and yeah, if there's anything more we can do to help, please let us know.
I don't want to forget to thank John Metzger, who's kind of in the background tonight, but he's done an awful lot of work on this for, 6 months or so, huh, Pete?
Yes, I didn't know John was on. Yes, he was one of the initial instigators and proponents of moving forward with this new default plan. So thank John. And actually, I also was remiss in not mentioning Kim and the great support from the town manager's office, and Marlena from Peregrine. We're both great partners in all of this, and Shelby from the Selectmen.
Syed, go ahead.
Yeah, so I, again, just thank everyone for their work. Would just urge, as a consumer and as somebody that wants this program to succeed, that I just want to make sure, as a suggestion, that there should be clarity about price transparency and potentially historical norms for the prices that were out there. The price with the old aggregation, the price, where the price was with the old aggregation, where the National Grid price was, and then moving forward. I recognize you cannot say that this program is a saving, but as we're in the middle of a pandemic, we have the highest unemployment rate in the United States. People are very cognizant. Granted, we all want to do good, but many families are hurting and they're looking at their dollars and cents. I think we need to make sure we speak to that as we move forward.
Yeah, it's a critical issue, even in normal times, but more so in the current times. And as you may have noticed in the community presentation, there is a graph that shows the historic National Grid basic service compared to the historic community choice aggregation contracts, and shows the savings that participants have received as a result of participating in the past. And as you've just stated, we can't promise savings in the future, but that historic success is part of our community presentation.
Right, and potentially price stability, right? That once you buy into this, you know, in a sense, you're locked in, right, for the next.
And another point is that there are many plans, hundreds of different plans that are out there that people are teleselling and email selling and so forth. Many of them use deceptive practice with for the first 3 months, you get a cheap price, and then you're locked in for the next 21 months, and you pay a penalty if you change and stuff. So part of our community outreach is warning people concerning being cautious in regard to the sales techniques of some of the companies. And I don't want to disparage all of the energy suppliers, but there are certainly some that have been taken to court by the Attorney General's office and so forth. And it's a complex topic that's easy to get lost in. So we're going to try to make it simple.
And I actually, you brought that up, a really important point that I actually wanted to highlight. One of the great parts about your presentation was the fact that so many of them have been taken to court, and that there is they are. I mean, I certainly get those offers in the mail, and I'm confused by them. And so that, in a sense, by doing this, there's a certain standard of care, for want of a better word. And I think that is something that really needs to, we're trying as best as we can. It's hard to be protected as a consumer, but this is a good faith effort by the town to protect the consumers, all the consumers of Westborough. Thank you.
So just as some closing comments, I want to thank this group for all of its work. It's an amazingly talented team with a lot of energy and to Syed's point, an eye toward the consumer's view and what questions the consumers will have, what concerns will they have. Now, the public has not seen the presentation that's been referenced a couple times here. So you saw sort of the marketing plan. What you haven't seen yet is the community outreach presentation. And I think you'll really be wowed by it. I think it's really easy to follow. I want to stress one thing that Pete made the point of, I think, or maybe as Eileen early in the presentation, of the folks can opt in and out of this through the 3 plan options that they choose. So, Syed, to your point, if folks are finding that maybe they opted into the 100% green and then they're finding they just can't swing it, it's a phone call to our to Peregrine and to change that plan. So it's as easy as it can be and as safe as it certainly can be. So I want to encourage folks, once that presentation is out there, it will be available, I know, on the website, as is already stated, but to really attend one of the presentations, watch them on Westborough TV, and understand that this is a great program for Westborough, and we should be collectively proud of what we're bringing to the community. So thank you.
One thought came to mind as you spoke is the website, as referred to earlier, still has the old plans in it. It's pending the finalization of the amendment by Dynergy, which you've just approved half hour ago. So we'll go live with that as soon as Dynergy signs the contract.
Okay, so only at least 3 selectmen to sign that, right? Oh, no, Chrissy, you're signing that.
That one I'm signing. Yep.
Okay, we're not needed. Excellent.
Well, you are for many other things.
Yeah.
Sign it tomorrow. But.
All right, great. Excellent. Okay, seeing no other comments from the board, I want to thank you guys again for being on and for joining us. Great job.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks for making a difference in our community.
My pleasure. Our pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Christy, I'm going to turn it back over to you for the next agenda item.
Sure. So one of the things that I mentioned in the staffing study update at your last meeting was that we would need to respond to the upcoming retirement of our current golf manager. And so that contract is ending at the end of this calendar year. And so in anticipation of that, actually a few years ago, the town put together a golf course study committee, a subcommittee of the Country Club Operating Committee, to look at how we might move forward at this time, whether we would continue with putting out an RFP with a contracted golf manager, or whether we would bring golf operations in-house with an employee model in the recreation department. And so as we see that coming up at the end of this calendar year, a subgroup of us have been meeting to talk about what those 2 options look like, and to bring the board a recommendation for moving forward. So you have several members, I think, of those committees on the call, and Kim has been working really closely with them related to human resources and the number of positions that we would need, and what the cost would be. So I don't know if Dawn or Kim is planning to take it from here.
We do have a presentation, and I believe Mike is going to share that, and I believe the plan is for Katie to lead off.
Yep. Okay.
Great. And if folks could introduce themselves as they're just maybe at the beginning, just so we know who's who, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Katie Welch. I'm a member of the Westborough Golf Operating Committee. And we're here tonight to seek approval from the board to change the golf management operation from a contract for service to an employee model to manage the golf course. The golf club operating committee did vote and unanimously approved the recommendation to implement a town employee model under the supervision of the recreation department. As you may recall, the Golf Study Committee in 2018 recommended to the board this change in management operations primarily because, one, it's best suited to deliver the mission statement, that is to offer a quality golf course for players of all abilities while maintaining a sound financial position. It also would offer a variety of programs for families, adults, juniors, and seniors, with a greater outreach through the rec department, which can also encourage off-season recreation activities on the property. All revenues would go to the town, whereas a contract model can jeopardize the quality of the operation as the profit motive can conflict with the mission statement. So with Jack's retirement at the end of this year, the operations committee began preparation for the golf manager search. Our contacts with New England PGA indicated the employee model is the optimal approach for municipal golf courses, as it will attract more candidates with benefits offered. We began to work with the town departments, as Christy outlined, to identify the steps and logistics to accomplish the transition, which will be detailed by Don and Kim. Overall, the golf interest in play has increased during COVID-19 across the industry, and Westborough Golf has seen record income from greens fees this past year. And before I turn it over to Don and Kim, that will discuss the staffing and finances, I do want to acknowledge Jack for his dedication and commitment to the golf course over his 31 plus years with us. In his last year, despite all the challenges and new regulations imposed due to COVID-19, he managed it all, kept the golfing community happy and safe. For that, we thank him. So I'll turn it over to Don and Chris and Kim.
Great. Thanks, Katie. As Katie mentioned, this goes back to a recommendation that's now a few years old. It was also discussed again in the recent staffing study is an option, but it was to look at the employee staffing model versus a contractual arrangement. So as you might expect, one of the most significant expenses with running the operational aspect. Sure, thanks, Shelby. One of the most significant expenses in running the course operations would be the employee costs. So we started by looking at first how things have been operating under the RFP, both what Jack is doing on a daily, monthly, annual basis, the staffing support that he has required and hiring. So we've looked at all of those practices. We've looked at operations because we needed to come up with our own set of assumptions about how the model would work and look going forward. So while we got pretty far into the weeds, my intent tonight is not to get that far down. I think what I want to do is bring it back up to what we have come to agreement on as a starting point for an initial transition year, where one of the key things is we're proposing a full-time permanent benefit eligible position This would be a golf manager position. As Katie mentioned, we've worked with New England PGA. They were very helpful reviewing the job description. So we have a proposed job description that under our classification plan would be in the range of a $60,000 to $80,000 annual salary. This individual would be responsible for the daily operations, including staff supervision and management, marketing, and community relations. I do just want to clarify that we would continue to, under the model, we would continue to have a separate contractual arrangement for the golf course maintenance. So that would remain a separate contract as it is today. This is the operation of the course itself. One of the other things we were very concerned about was making sure that the service level isn't diminished. People have an expectation, particularly after a banner year this year. We wanted to make sure that we were staffing it so we could continue to provide the same level, not see any diminished service from a staffing standpoint. So we looked at a number of assumptions to determine an appropriate staffing level. One of the biggest things is this is obviously a seasonal sport. We are in New England and the weather has a big impact, but typically the season runs from March to November with a peak season, typically May to, late summer, late August, September timeframe. So, we included those, peak demand periods in our model. We also looked at the idea that with a full-time permanent manager, there's certain managerial activities we want to make sure that individual has time to perform. So the idea that we would have the manager as well as a number of seasonal temporary positions that we would hire for that March to November timeframe. We assume at this point, this is similar to a model that the recreation department already has in place, for instance, at the beach and just some of their other summer programming. So this would be a mix of some potentially full-time positions as well as part-time positions, all of which would remain below the threshold to be benefit eligible. These positions would likely they would cover the period of time. It's obviously a 7-day-a-week operation. In the summer, it can run from 7 a.m. to after 7 p.m. So really the actual scheduling and how those pieces would all fit in would be left to the manager. But we've come up with a model in which we've identified, we've done it based on a cost, based on an hourly rate, the number of hours we would need staff to support the operation. And we've come up with the hourly staff wages to be in the ballpark of $74,000. This is a little bit higher than what we understand to be the wages that Jack paid out under his current contract. But we weren't surprised. There's some things that are built into that. Again, one of the things is we all know, we've heard and I've heard the tremendous number of hours that Jack puts in. I don't think it's realistic to assume that the manager would be able to sustain that under our staff model. So we've made sure we've accounted for having adequate support. If that's a 40-hour-a-week position that would likely work more than 40 during the peak hours, if the course is open 98 hours per week in July and August, we certainly can't expect one individual to spend that kind of time. So we made sure we had adequate staffing support. Some of the other things that we saw as benefits, let me just continue. So some of the other things that we would pull over onto our expense line, well, Jack had some of these expenses. They show up a little bit differently when you're doing the RFP model. But things that the town would take on, it's not just the hourly wages, but we would also be responsible for the workers' comp insurance for these individuals, as well as there's a potential that there would be some unemployment charges related to the seasonal positions. Again, depending on how those hires, sometimes the summer positions lend themselves to high school students, maybe college students in some cases who, these are not groups that will typically file. But, Jen's experience, Jen Kirkland's experience in the rec department, she hires summer seasonal staff and doesn't have significant unemployment exposure. So we're hopeful that we would have limited exposure, but we need to build that into our budget model. Some of the other things that we looked at in terms of opportunities, maybe not in year one, the transition year, but as we move through this, I think there's an opportunity to use some of our senior and veteran tax work-off program participants to supplement some of the seasonal staff work, some special projects, some things like that. We also, under our model, we have not built in an employee position, instructor position. For the time being, we recommend that any instructional services continue to be offered through a contractual arrangement. And that's specifically something that we see is, this is folded under the rec department, that through the recreation's existing programming, they could be responsible for that. Another benefit we see is moving into a staff model. We see some opportunity to streamline some of the financial operations and achieve some efficiencies with staff. They can work a little more directly with the town's financial systems, and just the reporting and sort of the financial work can be less burdensome, because we can't offer contractors can't directly tie into our system. The other thing we've noted, we sort of have some capacity in the event there's a big event or a tournament and we need some additional staff for, certain points in time during the summer. The rec department has the ability to provide some additional staffing levels there as well. I'm just looking, I just want to make sure. So I think those are the highlights. So again, it's just right now we're looking at, and this would be something that would come back to the board if the board does want to pursue this employee model. We would need to come back, have the job description approved. So we have that ready to go. We would draft the seasonal job descriptions as well. Those are positions, again, there would be a number of those positions, but they are non-benefit eligible, part-time and full-time temporary positions. And then we would also have the additional support through the rec department. The golf manager would report to the rec director. And then that position would also be continue to be responsible for marketing, organizing and promoting tournaments and those types of things, as well as Katie mentioned, hopefully some new programming that results from being closely tied in with the rec department.
This is Don Bouffard from the operating committee. The slide that you see on screen summarizes what Kim went into some detail on. Jack typically has made approximately $30,000 from the golf shop operation, which supplements his contract. You'll see the bottom left-hand number, taking into account all of the contingencies that we've built into our budget. We expect that the golf shop is only going to make about $10,000. In our prior discussions, as well as in the letter that we sent out in the packet, we have referred to that $30,000 number. Initially, the hope was that that profit would inure to the benefit of the town, and our only additional expense would be the manager benefits, which you see up in the table as approximately $23,000. So the bottom line is, to build in all of the contingencies for the transition year, we're only projecting a golf shop profit of about $10,000. There were also some activities at the golf shop, primarily related to sales of clothing and equipment, that have been done under Mr. Negotian. We don't anticipate the same level of activity with a new manager and some of the things that we would like to concentrate on at the golf course. We think we should concentrate more on in bringing technology to bear, and we have some I was very hesitant to project increases in revenues, but I feel very confident that some of the programs that we have been talking about, we're going to see a substantial increase in income. But we were very reluctant to budget it until we can come to you with the results. Last year, we made $80,000 more revenue than was projected, and our budget ended up being $20,000 less than expected. The current trends, we're having a record-breaking year. We don't know how long this is going to continue, so we're not projecting forward at this current pace, but we still think that the prospects are very good. So again, the bottom line is we're not going to make as much money from the golf shop as Mr. Negocian did. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Kim, do you have further information you want to present, or are there any other speakers before we open it up for discussion?
The only thing I just wanted to ask, I believe Jen Kirkland's on the call, and I didn't know if there was anything. She and I have had a lot of discussion about how the employee staff model would work, and I just want to make sure if there's anything that I left out that she's thinking of, that she has a chance to mention it.
No, Kim has done a lot of work, so thank you to her. But no, just as Kim mentioned, it reminds me a lot of how we operate the beach. So with seasonal employees, it's open 7 days a week. A lot of similarities there, but Kim and Don and Katie covered everything until now.
Okay. Christy, before I turn over to the board, anything you'd want to add to this?
No, there's been a lot of discussion about this, over the years, and initially when it was brought to the board, there was the recommendation of the employee model, but there were also a lot of other recommendations related to how we could increase the use of the golf course. So we decided to employ that first, and so I think we've come to a time where we need to make a decision and move forward. So if the board chooses to move in the employee model, the next step would be for the board to amend the classification plan at an upcoming meeting and approve job descriptions.
Okay. All right, great, thanks. All right, so I will open it up to the board. I was going to say, Ian, I know that you were you had raised your hand to be a liaison and be involved in the operating committee. Would you like to open it with some comments, and certainly you can continue on as our discussion continues here?
Sure. No, it's been great since the board appointed me as a liaison. I have participated in the operating committee as well as kind of the task force related to this proposal tonight, and know the work that group and the committee has put into it. I just want to support it. I think in looking at it, it is a change from where we're going, but to me, it fits with other changes that we've made in the town in terms of, in terms of operations. One of the things under the, RFP or contractual model that, kind of management of that has fallen to the operating committee, moving to this process, putting the oversight of the golf course and the employment aspect under a full-time employee, in this case, the head of the recreation department, to me makes a lot of sense in terms of oversight, control, et cetera. I think the financial aspects that Don and Kim both mentioned as well, in terms of, moving this more in line to, kind of on this town financial systems, is again a proper and appropriate process and safeguard for the town. And I just want to echo what Katie said. I mean, we have been lucky, privileged to have Jack for over 31 years there. That's a big unknown. With him retiring, going out an RFP model, a big unknown out there in terms of what we would get back, if any. And again, taking the recommendations that the committee has undertaken with the work with New England PGA to get recommendations, as well as the work that I know the committee has done. Jen and Kim have participated talking to counterparts within the state that run municipal golf courses. I believe Auburn and Natick specifically, but probably others as well, that run kind of the employee model. It really feels that this is the appropriate way for us as a town to move forward to kind of maintain the excellence of the golf course going forward, but also, as I said, to put those proper oversight and control in place, and really expand the use of this for future generations. So I just wanted to kick that off with that and just say that personally I'm fully supportive of that. I don't want to take credit. I came in the late innings of this one and maybe offered a comment or two, but that the committee and then Jen and Kim, as been said, have done yeoman's work to really put all of this together. So thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Lee, you're off of mute.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I may have missed this, but I wondered, under the employee model, in the long run, in the big picture, will we have to raise less money at town meeting to subsidize a shortfall in the operating fund or not? Do we think it's going to be a better overall financial picture? I know you can't predict what your membership is going to be like and what your fees are going to be like, but in general, what do you feel the impact will be?
Katie, do you want to handle that, or do you want me to handle that?
Why don't you take it if I have anything to add?
Okay. We have been breaking even. There are a bunch of initiatives that we have on a slide, but I don't think we necessarily need to go into that much detail. We have turned it around. It has been a lot of work over the last several years. We've done everything from dress up the entranceway to starting a youth program to introducing beer and wine sales at the pro shop. So a lot of the groundwork has been laid to a substantial improvement in the operation. That said, the cost of running a municipal golf course at the level of maintenance that we have is significant. We can break even, but we're going to need help with our capital equipment. There is a budget article that was delayed from spring town meeting to fall town meeting for our greens mower, for instance. That's going to cost approximately $50,000. Because our reserves are depleted, we now have to go to you, to the finance committee, to the selectmen, and to town meeting to get those funds for our capital equipment. We think that cost is about $50,000 a year. When you look at our equipment inventory, our irrigation system, and the things that we need to do as preventive maintenance and improvements for the golf courses, let's say over a 10-year period of time, you're probably talking replacing most of your equipment as well as some of the other coursework. So we think that an expectation of an annual request for $50,000 of tax levy is something that we should look forward to. I have some ideas that we have been discussing at the committee level with Jen to substantially enhance where we are. But again, that's something that we're going to test things, we're going to try things, we're going to do things. And then when we see that we have a reasonable prospect of improving things, we'll come to the board and ask for the money to do them. To make a long story short, we're going to need an annual subsidy of about $50,000 a year to keep going at the level that we're going.
And you're saying that's regardless of whether it was an employee model or an RFP model?
Yes.
Okay.
There's really not much difference, as you can see from the budget detail that's on the screen, between having a manager and an RFP contractor. One of the things that we're hoping for is every new dollar of revenue that comes in the door for new programs is going to go directly to the town. We are not going to have to share that with a contractor who, if the contractor made a recommendation and started a new program, that person or firm would want to participate in the profits from that program. So that's one area that we think we will have an advantage.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just, this is Sayed, can I just add, hello? Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Can I just get that repeated? So the course is going to require a subsidy from the town of $50,000 a year. Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct.
At the minimum, or is that
that in some years we would need less, in some years we would need more. For instance, 2 years ago when we purchased our greens mower, that was something like $67,000. So if we had a budget line, which we probably should have in our budget years, contributions to reserves, we would have preserved the enterprise fund balance, and we wouldn't have to come to you with essentially a zero balance in the bank. So because we did not pay attention to adding to reserves for a number of years, we now have to ask for the tax levy. I do not want to promise that we are going to make enough profit to cover all of our expenses, including the capital equipment. That would be unfair of me to make that kind of a comment.
No, I appreciate your candor, but I just wanted to follow up. The 50,000 is just the maintenance, but with this person coming on, there's also going to be benefits and all that other stuff that we're going to be paying for. Does that 50,000 include that, or is that just the maintenance of the golf course?
That is related to the equipment needed for the golf course.
So so the actual number may potentially be, or the subsidy the town pays to the golf course may actually be well higher. Would that be also a correct statement?
No, I don't think that would be necessary.
Kim,
I think
can
with
you,
proper
Kim, can you
financial
clarify
management.
that on the
Sure.
kind of the benefits and expenses side?
Sure. So we built that into our staffing model. I think I just want to be clear, the capital items that Don is talking about that we would be looking, that we are and have been looking for support through the town. We pulled some things into the capital plan last fall. So if you look at it, you'll see there are some requests from the Country Club Operating Committee for equipment. Those needs exist regardless of whether it's an RFP model or whether it's an employee RFP contractual services model or an employee managed model, because those are really directly related to the actual maintenance of the course. And those aren't expenses that we push into the contractor. So those are the items that we will have regardless. We've started building them into the capital plan. It's some of the discussion that we've had trying to get out ahead and start repairing things before, get on a regular replacement schedule. This was exactly the conversation we had with the Country Club Operating Committee last year, and that there will be a need because they have a lot of equipment that is kind of past its useful life at this point in time. So that expense exists regardless of how we proceed. But as far as the staffing costs, when we're looking at benefits, we've built those in for the manager position. Those are our health insurance and other sort of fringe benefits that we've plugged in here. We spent a lot of time talking about the balance of the staff. These are $15 an hour temporary seasonal positions that are not benefit eligible. We did account for, as I mentioned before, the potential need if there are unemployment claims, because those are seasonal positions. We also talked about including workers' comp costs. And I just want to be clear, these costs exist and are paid under the contractual services arrangement. It's just their expenses that exist in that model as well. It's just a function of how they're shown is a little bit different. And it's just a function of we would need to actually budget for them. The way we do our budget would be different than the way, once we contract, it's done differently at the level of detail. And we have to have the funds available to pay for those expenses. And certainly we can hope that they don't materialize, but we still need to budget for them. So that's why we were very careful to try to identify anything like that.
So again, I'm sorry, I'm kind of slow on the uptake here. So if we could just, I recognize this is a complex situation, but just in the interest of clarity, I recognize there are capital costs, and I'll get to that in a minute, but will the funds that the golf course generates from member fees or whatever, will they pay for the personnel costs associated with the golf course?
Yes.
At the present time, yes.
Okay, so the $50,000 that the town taxpayers are going to be required to pay is for the upkeep of the golf course. Would that be, again, I just want to be clear about that.
Yes.
That would be, okay. So I would just raise this point for the board and for the town to consider, that we're going to be paying $50,000 a year minimum at we're being told to keep a golf course going when there are children and neighborhoods in our own town that do not have parks. I don't think we spend $50,000, Jen, please correct me if I'm wrong. Do we spend $50,000 on parks or on the upkeep of the lake, which everyone in the town can access?
Sorry. Yeah, park playgrounds are expensive. We could potentially spend 50 grand. The lake is, we operate and run the lake. We do charge for people to use that. And then the rec department subsidizes any other costs. I'm a little unclear. The comparison.
How much does for instance, does the lake, the lake can be used by everyone, but I'm just asking, how much does the lake, is it $50,000 a year that we're spending on the lake?
Excuse me.
Sorry.
If I may interject.
Alan, can you just, I think Jen was speaking if she.
Sorry.
Yep, thanks.
No, we lose money at the lake, but maybe it's not 50 grand. But we charge people to get in there, and then the rest we pay for ourselves. It's not 50 grand, no, but it's,
Alan, did you want to tag on to that?
Yeah, a couple of things. When we talk about anticipating needing funds for capital equipment, it's no different than capital equipment for any department. It's not, yes, the capital equipment's related to the maintenance of the course, but it's not paying for the maintenance. It's not paying for the labor and the work and the chemicals and the consumables and maintenance. It's the equipment that we buy and manage and maintain over time, just like we do for the DPW and other departments. Historically, the golf club generated revenue, generated profit, money went into reserves, and the reserves were sufficient to cover those capital expenditures. There was a downturn. Don't want to get wrapped up in the history, but recognizing there was a downturn and those reserves weren't sufficient, I think the operating committee has done a fabulous job in rebranding and marketing and expanding. Those capital expenditures are necessary. My understanding is regardless of whether we have an employee running the club or contract it out to a service. We're discussing that decision here tonight. And from my standpoint, having the golf club operate as part of the rec department actually creates opportunities for additional programming, additional use of the facility. As was mentioned briefly in the presentation, use of the property off golf season in the winter months for programs and activities that could further generate revenue. And I guess my hope would be that, well, the operating committee is confident right now under this model they can operate at least break even, that over time with additional programming, with additional marketing, with a dedicated staff whose sole mission is to make this successful, that the golf club would generate positive cash flow and would be able to start building up those reserves and cover its own capital expenditures over time. So it is an expense, but it's necessary. We need, at the very least, to maintain an important town asset, and the golf club is accessible to everyone in town.
Shelby, if I could add in, Paul McGrath.
Go ahead, Paul.
I just, for Syed's purposes, this $50,000 is in this year an expenditure. But I think the way that you may want to look at it, Syed, is that mower that we're talking about can last 10 years. So what you're really talking about is $5,000 over 10 years. It may be a $50,000 up front, but really to the expenditures, you would depreciate that, and it's $5,000. And I agree with Alan. What the marketing committee will plan to do is to talk to the new director of golf operations along with Jen to see what marketing opportunities we have that maybe we never even thought of. And that again would increase the bottom line and help out.
So the 50,000, I'm sorry, Mr. McGrath, just to be clear, because I was under the impression the 50,000 is going to be a yearly cost moving forward. Is that not correct? I thought that's what the capital cost.
That is what was stated. So that would be helpful to clarify that, because while the golf course certainly has equipment and a fair amount, I think it's important to understand the expectations of town subsidy, so to speak. Kim.
So the current mower that was referenced that will hopefully be coming to town meeting this fall was in the low 40s. So some of the other items that were identified and that were put in the capital plan, I think there was another significant mower that may have been around 50,000, but there are some other years. So they're items that are being put in the capital plan based on what the actual expense is. And I would also note that if the fund balance were to get healthy enough again, the intention would be that these could be funded through the revenues that the course is generating. My understanding is that historically, some of these purchases were supported through the revenues that came in through the golf club. Given the current times and the recent issues with revenue, that was the reason they were moved into the capital plan with the funding source identified as town funds. But similar, this is an enterprise fund, so the hope would be that at some point, as those balances are healthy again, some of these costs could be shifted back to the course.
And I like just one last question on just one.
Yes, I think Christy was just going to respond to that and add something, so if she could, it might help in clarifying. Then
I was going to ask a question.
Okay, so go ahead, Syed, then back to Christy.
Okay, and then just one sense from the committee, recognizing that the pandemic has upended many things. I know that I've seen golfers playing at the golf course, but with the current levels of unemployment and people losing their jobs, I'm just trying to get a sense. It's September. I'm just trying to get a sense compared to your average in 2019. Where are you? Are you at the same level of players that were there in 2019? Less? More? Do you have a sense of where you are?
Yes, we're approximately 25% above last year.
Above? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
And just to know, sorry, Don, just to know about the summer golf camp that we ran this summer, we had 113 kids participate in the summer during a pandemic where parents were, scared. So, yeah. So it's.
Okay.
That was a program that Jen came up with on her own. We did not expect that we were going to be able to have a golf youth program this year, and she was able to come up with something. So we expanded from having impact on 60 families to having over 130 kids. And you know, it was one of the few recreational activities that was available. So we're seeing unprecedented use and unprecedented income.
Christy?
I just thank you. I just had a question about the slide that we're looking at. So if the $70,000 you're saying would be the salary for the manager, is that, and then the 22,000 is the benefits. I was just wondering, on this slide, do you include the seasonal staff salary?
Yes, it's down in the $150,000 number. We have a separate slide that we can go to if you want to see the detail.
No, I just wanted to understand. So.
Yep. All of the costs of operation of the golf shop, with the exception of the manager, are included in that $150,000 number.
Okay.
Carts, everything.
Thank you.
Yes, Lee.
Thank you. I don't want to get into what I think might sort of be a false dichotomy about how much money the town has to raise to support the country club operations as in general, which is really just for capital equipment. I want to, because I don't think it's a fair kind of comparison. Yes, we have people out of work. Yes, we have children looking for recreation. But this area provides recreation for children more, as we've just learned, than it used to in the past, and for a large number of adults. Obviously, it's for some adults that can afford it, but we also have programs for kids after school of certain ages to come and learn golf as a sport. These are children who might not do well in football and basketball and soccer because it's a much more contemplative, outdoor, almost singular recreational opportunity. It really expands the type of opportunities we have for children. I think that's terribly important. And I want to remember that when we purchased this property, Dexter will remember when it was, I think it was in the 70s, the town decided to buy it so that it would not be developed into about 140 homes at the very least, all of which would have been paying taxes, but costing us a great deal of money. It would have destroyed one of the largest green spaces we had anywhere near downtown. And the town wanted very much to preserve it. So the town, I think, has always been very supportive. Sometimes question, what are you doing with the money? Be more transparent or something. But lately, the Country Club Operating Committee has done an incredible job at turning around the problems they had, landing on their feet, recovering, showing us that they were dedicated, very responsible people and wanted to be transparent. So now we have this gorgeous green space. If we didn't maintain it as a country club, we'd have to maintain it in some other way, which could also be terribly expensive and not anywhere near as significant a recreational resource. Passive recreation is very different than this sort of active recreation. It creates a habitat for birds that like to live on the edge of forests, which we have on the Mill Road side, and open meadows. It's a very good way of preserving our watershed because the water that falls on that goes back into our aquifers. And in the wintertime, it's like completely free. Hundreds of kids, parents go there day after day when we have snow, cross-country skiing, sledding, tobogganing, scaring their parents to death as they zoom down the hills, not paying attention to what's at the bottom. I once fell in a creek and had to be carried home soaking wet from there when I was in the 2nd grade. But the opportunities that this offers us just, to me, belie even asking the question, well, we're going to spend $50,000 to subsidize this when we have all these other things going on. Well, this is a big place with all sorts of other things going on that I think are precious, very important, vital, and regenerative to families, children, the elderly, all kinds of people. So it upsets me when people bring up that kind of, I think, odd supposition that somehow we are spending money that we shouldn't be spending when there's so much else going on, that we should be spending the money there. We're spending a lot of money on helping families with COVID. We're spending a lot of money through the food pantry, different organizations giving supplies to the food pantry. The school department staff buying and delivering food to children. All of the recreational areas that we keep open through the rec department cost a lot of money, go look at all those budgets. If you want to know how much more the country club operating committee or the country club is costing us, go look at those other budgets. It's all open information. You can see what we spend through the recreation department on every single option we offer our adults and children. The pickleball court, you know, the cricket court. Some of it's paid for by volunteers, some of it's paid for by us, some of it's paid for, but then we have Earl Story out there working like a crazy guy, making the things happen. And we don't say, well, the pickleball court cost us, you know, $20,000 of Earl Story's salary. You know, we did it because it's a very important thing for the elderly in our town. So anyway, that's a lot for me to say, but I really feel kind of strongly about this.
Can I respond to that, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Lee. Yes, and then Alan, you've been kind of quiet. If you have any questions or comments, excuse me. Yes, Syed, please.
So first, I want to respond. It's, you know, as Selectman Emery said, it was odd. I would just remind you that as, you know, select board members, we are responsible to the town. We're responsible to the budget of the town. We're responsible to the taxpayers of the town. And if we as elected representatives do not do our due diligence, we are not serving this town. Now, granted, it's all there are emotional reasons to look at for having this, but I think it is incumbent on us to at least ask these questions to find out these answers. If we're not asking these questions, we are truly failing this, you know, failing our basic responsibilities to the taxpayers of this town. In the middle of a pandemic, isn't it worthwhile asking these questions? And if you don't, then I leave that up to you. But for me, I have to, you know, to me, these are basic questions that one must get the answers to. So I'll just leave it.
And I asked about the $50,000 ahead of you, Syed. That was one of my very first questions was, is that on top of? Is it, you know, comparison with the employee versus the RFP? I asked it right away. So we're asking the right questions.
So,
I may?
Alan, go ahead. Sorry. Yep.
All right, just to hopefully bring this aspect to a close. The discussion this evening, yes, we've asked the questions. Yes, the additional mowers was mentioned, was originally brought before the Capital Expenditure Planning Committee for annual town meeting. It was deferred and then was reconsidered based on critical need. And so, yes, talking about how much the town should spend on capital equipment for the golf club is perfectly a good thing to do, but that's not the discussion here tonight. The discussion here tonight is, do we go with a contracted service or an employee-run service? Do we continue to have it operate as a separate entity, or do we integrate it within the rec department and all of the rec department's programmings and leverage all of the skills of our rec department and recreation commission and this reinvigorated golf, you know, operating committee to help make this more successful? The issue of capital expenditure and whether, you know, if and when money gets spent on that, if the enterprise fund for the golf club can't cover it, is something that goes through an existing process for capital planning and goes before town meeting. And these type of capital expenditures, given, and it's on the agenda, our capital planning policy that we're updated, would generally fall within the range that they would come out of an allocation out of free cash and not impact the levy in the year in which they're purchased. And so, yes, it's fine to ask those questions, but that's not the discussion we're having here tonight. Relevant to the discussion we're having here tonight, the case has been made that in the short term, there's a transition year in moving to a staff-based operation, but in very conservative numbers here, and I'm always glad to see conservative on the revenue, you know, better safe than sorry. It's worthwhile to do, and with a lot greater potential for future revenue and programming opportunities to address building up a reserve to cover those capital expenditures. And so I think as a board, I would recommend we come to consensus that moving towards the staff-based leadership is the direction we want to go.
Thank you, Alan. So I do want to make some comments. I see Ian and Jen's hands up. Jen, you first, please, then Ian.
Thanks. And I don't want to take too much time on this. I just, to go back to Syed's original question to me, I was just a little taken back and took a minute to collect myself. Just as a note for the public, the cricket pitch, that this is over the past 6 years, 16,000 on the cricket pitch, 164,000 on the tot lot, 100,000 plus on the pickleball court. We resurfaced Haskell Playground to make it handicap accessible, over 40 grand. The tennis courts, we, fixed cracks and repairs, $20,000. Conservation did a handicap accessible project going into Bowman, into Rogers. I don't know the exact number, but that also went to town meeting for quite a bit of money. So we do put money into our public spaces for people to use. So I just wanted to comment on that. I'm sorry to go backwards.
No, thank you. I think a good context. Sometimes we forget all of those past town meetings we've dedicated hours to and work to. Yes, Ian.
Yeah, thank you. And Alan, thank you. So I wanted to get us back there as well. That really what we're looking at here tonight is the question on the employee model versus the contractual model. And one thing I didn't mention when I started is, one of the things that we have been continually asked by the residents, and I think we as a board have really strived for, is transparency. I do think that moving to this employee model provides greater transparency to the town about all the expenses, that are being paid, as well as all the revenues. And I think Don mentioned that the contractual model, when you look back at that prior page, there was a contract we signed, based on the RFP that was put forth by Mr. Nagosian. But outside of that, there was other revenue that he was allowed to charge and collect. He also was responsible for hiring his own employees, kind of outside the town. I think about that as I learned, because it probably should have been, I should have asked the questions earlier, but it wasn't as transparent of, what was in that full contract, what, he was responsible for under that contract, what he was able to take as additional revenue based on the contract. And I think Don talked about that, is that, in that method, if they come up with an idea or something that they expect to get a portion of the revenue, doesn't all go to the town. So I just wanted to add that one piece, which was really, I think, going to this model, which I'm fully supportive of, provides us that transparency that we as a board have been asked for, over and over again from the residents of the town.
So I'd like to just thank you, Ian and Alan, for bringing us sort of back to full circle and center. All good dialogue, good questions, and great points. I will do my very best not to repeat any of them. I have a little bit of a background having worked in the golf industry at one point. I'm not lobbying for a job, although kind of interesting after this Board of Selectmen gig. But some concerns I have so I'll start by saying I'm supportive of bringing this in-house, so to speak, and not having a contract model. But some of the assumptions that I'm a little concerned with, and Kim, you brought up, the hours that a pro has to work, and that somehow that would be addressed by, or I understood you to say it would be addressed by kind of offsetting or sharing those hours with some of the contracted staff, part-time staff. Great in theory, but being a manager in a business and having seen how businesses run, that doesn't always work. If we're talking about paying people about minimum wage, which is what was presented, you're not hiring the same, senior level person, if you will, to run an operation, kind of if it's after hours. And golf pros put in a tremendous amount of time, during those high seasons. So my concern would be some of those assumptions around hours. My other concern would be, and would want to be straight up, this cannot be a 40-hour-a-week job. I mean, it is not. And if we sell it that way, we're going to be unsuccessful. We're going to be in a position where, someone signed up for something they we can't deliver on it, that we can't, that we're expecting something else. So I would just be careful with that assumption. I don't expect you to respond to that, but as we think about the RFP, we should think long and hard about that description.
Shelby, could I just
go ahead,
respond to
Don.
that real quick?
Yep.
If you look at the compensation, we got into a different. The total compensation is 70 plus approximately 22 for benefits.
Yep.
The New England PGA said that the compensation package for a 9-hole muni should approach 100,000. So we are really going to be in the ballpark for total compensation.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think anybody that would be interested in this position would expect to work 40 hours. We will, we'll see. But I think we're okay.
Yeah, and I fully trust the research. And when I should have opened with that the operating committee has done, including Kim, to work with the New England PGA. I was very happy to hear that. So you've done your work in the industry where it is obviously applicable. I want to make sure that this isn't that the job description and the RFP are written in such a way that it's truly representative of the work that's required of this position. I'm curious if employees who, not talking about the pro here, but if the people that work under this person would be able to, as town employees, accept tips?
No.
Okay. Are they able to now?
Let me rephrase that. The CART personnel, and we're in the process of reviewing this. The CART personnel will provide bag service to people that need it. If the people that are availing themselves of that service choose to tip the person, I think that's between the customer and the person providing the service. I don't see that as a problem. That's the way it works now. We're not contemplating offering bag service any longer. So I think if it becomes clear that town employees should not under any circumstances receive any tip income, we can specify that.
And the reason why I asked that, I can see by Kim and Christie's face there are some questions there, so we'll just kind of leave that to the side. But the reason why I ask it is that because that also has to factor into, it's incredibly difficult, Jen knows this, to get people temporary help at minimum wage and above, particularly seasonal help. And so I would just make sure that our assumptions around expenses, again, I'm supportive of this, are representative of being able to get folks that are going to work and commit to the job for the full season, because you need that level of service if you're going to charge the greens fees, and it becomes a cumulative effect. Would this position be a union position or non-union?
Most likely a non-union.
Okay. And Jen, I want to commend you for 113 kids in the camp this summer. I had no idea that. I saw the announcements from the rec department and advertising it, so kudos to all the work for your team. That is amazing, and I think it speaks to the work, the collaborative work that can happen here, and the opportunity. And it has been really refreshing to see the parking lot packed throughout the year. So for every person that has played a role in making sure that has happened, with the technology and the marketing and all of that, kudos to everyone. My only, I think, reservation about moving this in-house as opposed to having contracted service is, I've grown up certainly in the golf industry where, there was a profit element of the pro making money. And when you transition that to in-house kind of with the town, I think you lose that profit-driven center, maybe not. I would like to not see this as and I'm not saying anyone's saying this, but we broke even, we're doing well, and maybe we should be really striving hard to replenish the reserves. And I know that from the operating committee, and having sat in some of those meetings, that I would think that spirit would continue, that we really want to build that back, and that this isn't, we don't want to have to kind of keep going to the well to the townspeople. And I know that everyone in that committee is very aware of that concern. So thank you for the opportunity to provide those remarks. Katie, I saw you maybe go green, that you're unmuted, or no?
No, I just agree that a manager coming in is not going to be 40 hours a week during the high season. I mean, that's just would be an impossibility. The logistics with the town of how to work, being a non-union position, I am assuming that can be worked out, negotiated.
I'm pretty sure Jen in the high season isn't, she's leaning on her hand right now. I'm pretty sure she works more, but a lot of people work more than 40 hours, right? And the other thing I didn't add that I look at this as a transition year, right? And even maybe, a couple years. So you're going from an amazing career, 30 plus years with Jack, and the town needs to make a change. I'm supportive of that change. I love the transparency that it will bring, and I like the renewed effort that and focus and dedication of the operating committee to maintain this as an amazing resource, as Lee has already said, in the town. We have been chatting about this for just over an hour, completely blown the time on the agenda, but that's okay. That's not the goal in life. So I'm going to wrap up, unless any members of the board have any other comments or questions for the operating committee or Kim. Seeing none. Okay, so we don't have a proposed vote on the agenda, but I think that what I've heard here from at least several of us, and we should go around just to be sure, although I think Lee just dropped off by mistake. I heard her support generally of the transition to an in-house model. Ian, I believe I heard your support as well.
Yep, full support.
Alan, I heard your support as well. I've voiced my support. Syed, I'm not sure where you stand. Syed, if you're talking, you're on mute. Are you there, Syed? Okay, well, so there are four. Lee is back. I'm going to give her just a moment.
Thank you. I lost power. I didn't realize my battery was so low sitting on the couch. So I'm back. Are you asking for a vote?
We don't have a vote on the agenda. Just
That's
I
right.
just went around the horn, just generally confirming your position on contractual or in-house, and I presume that you are supportive based on your comments
Yes,
of
I am.
the in-house model.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out very nicely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for rejoining us with a power pack. Okay, one more time, Syed. Okay, so you have Christy, I see a hand up.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify. So there's no vote because if you're moving to an in-house model, there are other actions that the board would need to take. So, I think we've heard your consensus, but I think the next step is really to figure out what the budget, the wages and expenses will look like in the budget, whether or not that's going to require additional funding at town meeting. And then also creation of the job descriptions. So, obviously, this person would report directly to Jen as the recreation director. So another thing that's probably upcoming is the discussion of the Country Club Operating Committee and the Recreation Commission, which was another recommendation of the staffing study, and some sort of merging of those two entities. So those are just in terms of next steps.
Okay, just making a note
Just to be
here.
clear on the budget standpoint, sorry. I mean, this is still budgeted with the expectation, I think, and it came out here that this would be still covered under the Country Club Enterprise Fund.
Right.
But it'd just be a revised budget under that Country Club Enterprise Fund. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, remember that we talked about it earlier, there was that $40,000 that came out of taxes. And so, in looking at the fall town meeting and where the country club is at now versus where they were before, we would just be looking at sort of all of those numbers.
Okay.
And organizationally, Christy, what I heard you say is, as part of the staffing study in general, but also obviously it relates to this, that there's further discussion that needs to be had as to sort of the future of the Country Club Operating Committee as we move into this kind of next transition in life of the golf club.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that there would be a discussion. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. If the golf course manager is going to report directly to the recreation director, then that's a different type of relationship than has existed in the past.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate everyone's patience on the call here in the meeting to follow this agenda item. So I will thank the operating committee for all of its great work, for being on this call, for the presentation you gave us, and wish you a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay. I know our police are always out there protecting us and staying awake, so I don't have to say wake up. Sorry, we're over on our schedule. Chief Laurie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. I will turn the stage over to you for an update on accreditation and policies and procedures.
So there was a couple of things I wanted to talk about tonight. One was the policy and procedures. I have Detective Sergeant Tompkins with us, and I know we're running over. I gave our town manager some information on body cameras. We've had a lot of questions, so we don't have to talk about that tonight, but hopefully you can review it and see that we've sought 3 active grants. I gave a budget update. It's basically $80,000 to get the program going, $20,000 a year. I would probably need to hire a part-time employee just to create the videos because you have to pixelate. They average 3 hours each video, and there's going to be a lot of requests for them. So if you want to review that and have me come back at a later date, I can come back with Sergeant Daniels and really get into the weeds with you on that. And I can tell you, obviously, it'd be a change in work conditions. However, there's officers here that would actually are requesting them because of the climate. So I think it's worthy of a future discussion, but because we're running so late, I'll hold off on that tonight just with that update and get into policies and procedures with Detective Sergeant Tompkins.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
A couple of hiccups came. One was we had an injury to one of our command staff members who was spearheading this project. We had hired a law firm. That law firm, it was going to be a 2-year window. COVID hit, which was bad enough, which again pushed this project back a little bit. And then the current climate really made us say we need to get going. So we changed directions earlier than that, but really started working hard on it. And we're pretty much near completion of the project. I want to remind everyone that we have implemented social media, canine, pandemic policy.
Chief Laurie, excuse me for interrupting. Detective Tompkins, can you mute your line, please? Just we're getting some feedback.
So
thank you.
So basically, you may want to turn yours down a little bit. Sorry, we're in 2 different offices here because we're having an air conditioning problem in the Detective Bureau. So
Okay.
he's in the next office over.
Okay, maybe that's why. Thanks.
So, in a nutshell, we have some policies that are in place, and I'll turn it over to Detective Sergeant Tompkins who will answer any questions. But he's done an outstanding job with this. And like I said, we're hopefully, I'll let him tell you the timeline moving forward, but hopefully going to wrap this up soon. We have some great software that's associated with this, and I'll have him explain that as well. But it's been an arduous process, to say the least, but we're getting there. And these are going to be basically state-of-the-art policies, for the Westborough Police Department. And without further ado, I'm going to mute and turn it over to my illustrious Detective Sergeant.
Thank you very much. And he's back. Great.
So I'm just going to go over a couple of things real quick because, Lieutenant McLeod and I already came over once and talked to you guys about some of these things. So if you have a list in front of you, it's just a quick refresher on why the Westborough Police Department is pursuing accreditation. Accreditation is necessary for the following reasons. It promotes best practice, providing a norm for the department to judge its performance, providing a process to connect deficiencies before they become problems, and requiring the department to commit to policies and procedures in writing. Now, accreditation, its basic goal is for any department to make sure that their policies and procedures are in writing. For the Westborough Police Department, we've already been doing that, so it won't be too hard to make that transition to accreditation, hopefully, and to continue promoting accountability among department personnel, ensuring consistent applications of policies, providing a means to independent evaluations of department's operation. And that means that basically, every few years, personnel from accreditation will come in to check to make sure that we're living up to the standards that we expect to be on, and to continue to keep our accreditation status. The next three are liability-based, minimizing the department's exposure to liability, building a stronger defense against lawsuits, and providing the potential to reduce liability insurance costs. Now, the last one, obviously we have no control over insurance companies and their costs. They rise all the time. But by minimizing lawsuits and exposure to liability, we obviously can keep our insurance costs down. Enhancing the reputation of the department and obviously keeping it. And then lastly, increasing the public's confidence in the department. So, as of right now, we have a great relationship with our community, and obviously we want to continue to do that. That's part of why we're doing accreditation, is just to show the transparency, as I heard earlier in the meeting. And so the next thing is, what have we done, or what have we been doing? And so the chief already kind of touched on some of the things that we had done. We had hired a law firm, but had since, left the contract with them. We've loaded software, which is Power DMS. Now, this is going to be our delivery system for our new policies and procedures. It's convenient. Ultimately, we're going to have very large notebooks strategically placed around the station for officers to revisit some of the policy procedures if they have questions on something that they're doing. But with Power DMS, and the convenience of that is that anyone with a phone with internet will be able to access the policies and procedures that we have already in the system. And if they have any questions while they're at a scene or while they're working, it'll be very easy for them to just look it up. So that was one of the big things that we have actually been able to do at this point in time with the Power DMS. And as the chief said, we're about 90% done. We're completing the final review with the members of the police administration and union leaders, and I don't anticipate there'll be any problems with the policies themselves. I joked a little bit about my grammar, maybe some spelling issues, but for the most part, we should be able to push them right through. And then, keeping our policies, procedures fluid in order to amend or change. And the chief's going to get into something called 8 can't wait. And when we were talking about this earlier, use of force, which is a policy that we have pretty much finished, we were able to add, a paragraph or two to that policy within seconds, just to update it. And that's what's going to be so convenient with Power DMS as we go forward. I think that, anytime we have to make any changes with our policies and procedures, we'll be able to amend them, send it out to the guys, and make sure that we can see that they're looking at them. And then lastly, preparing for certification, which is a major achievement and a necessary step before achieving accreditation. So, depending on how things go with investigations and crime and everything else, we're working hard to get this thing done hopefully timeline for at least certification by the end of spring of next year. The positive thing about that is once you get through the certification aspect of it, you're almost, already done with accreditation because you've already been working on the policies and procedures and hitting on all the standards. So we're getting there. It's taken us a little bit longer than I think we were anticipating, but considering the hiccups that we've had along the way, we're doing pretty good with it. Chief?
So basically what the sergeant was referring to in one of, and it was mentioned in the support letter to the town, and, A Can't Wait requires that, officers be intervened. So we put that in our policy. So, we are in compliance with that. And that's what the sergeant was referring to, that everything we're doing right now, it is all about best practices and to ensure Westborough, does ensure that we reduce liability and make sure our officers have the needed information, at their fingertips, which is great about this technology that we've implemented. So I feel good about this. Would I like it to be done right now? Yes, but this is one of those things where you need to do it right, and sometimes it takes a little bit more time than you like, but we are doing well. And we're right there. The finish line is right there. We're just about done, and I'll be able to present you with the final version for your review. And like I said, this is policies that have been vetted, that have tested, federal and local, state, case law, and we feel very confident. And as the Detective Sergeant stated, it's the officers to be able to have the ability to look live time when they're dealing with something. I mean, this is, from everything from writing a search warrant, to a motor vehicle pursuit policy, to, a use of force, issue. And it's right up to, we didn't have some of the equipment, some of the technology, many, many years ago when our current policies were put in place. So we're just basically taking and upgrading, everything that we're doing. So, and unless you have any specific questions, like I said, I can come back and dive in further into other initiatives that we're working on, and as well as I'd like to talk more about body cameras, because if there is an interest, we don't qualify for some of the federal grants. We've applied for 2. There's a state grant coming out that may cover half the costs. And again, we would be dealing with who's going to be downloading and redacting these videos, and then who's paying the $20,000 a year, for storage, for them. So I think I'd like to have another conversation with you, see if there is an appetite. We made some cuts, because of COVID, and this would be a very, it would be an added cost, especially up front. So unless you have any specific questions, that's our presentation for tonight. And I really do. I thank you as your chief for having us.
Thank you, Chief Laurie and Sergeant Tompkins. So any questions from the board?
Shelby?
Alan, I see your hand up.
Okay, just there's been, as I believe most people are aware, there have been some recent changes in legislation at the state level. How have those impacted? I assume you've been modifying the policies to be compliant with those new laws and regulations, but how has that impacted the process?
So, I mean, we talked about one of them just now, not to be redundant, but I mean, they're still debating a lot of these issues. I have concerns of what this is going to look like when it's done. Mass Chiefs has been very involved with it, and hopefully soon they extend it out until January for final vote for the bill to be accomplished. So we'll see. There's concerns on the federal level as well, and some of the bills put out there as well. So we're kind of keeping an eye on all of that. And yes, we're playing defense right now, and we're going to make the necessary changes. When they become available to us. But very in tune with Mass Chiefs, basically have weekly, daily briefings on what's going on. And right now there's been no real new movement. And when there is, we take the appropriate action. Like we didn't have a pandemic policy here, we do now. So as things develop and things occur, we're reacting to that and ensuring public safety and officer safety.
Thank you.
Syed, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, Shelby, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello? Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so Chief, I just want to reiterate the point that you made. So the 8 can't wait, just as a summary to the residents who may not know, requires banning chokeholds, requires de-escalation, requires verbal warning, requires officers to intervene, requires bans shooting at moving vehicles, restricts the extreme use of force, and requires officers. So all of this is already in our policies. Am I correct, sir, when I say that? Yes?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, not all of them, but go ahead.
You have to understand, we don't, I mean, banning, we don't, chokeholds aren't part of our policy and procedure, our weapons trial. We haven't trained, I've been a police officer a long time, and, we do not do that. That is not a practice here in Massachusetts. And it's very frustrating when you hear that. The other is, you have to understand, and, when you say no shooting in certain situations, whether it be a vehicle, or position of a person. I just want you to, just for a second, realize that we're put in situations sometimes where if someone is an active shooter and they are shooting people, we may not be able to get in front of them.
Right, I understand.
So those are the things that, that I can explain more, in depth. But yes, all those things except for a couple are what we do every single day. The issue is you can't say you can't do this 100% of the time because you just don't know what you're going to face and the liability on the other end of failing to act. And, but like I said, yes, we put in our policy, you need to intervene. I mean, that's in our policy. So, and to me, it's common sense, but because, that's the direction we were given, that's the direction we took to make sure that it is in writing that you have a duty to intervene, or there'll be sanctions, very serious ones.
And so I was going to follow up on that. It may be just, and I'm hoping you'll come back to the board. It may be, and I know you didn't get an opportunity with this time around, and I haven't had a chance to read your memo. I think Christy just sent it to us, but that's about body cameras. It may be helpful, just in the interest of building trust, building transparency, that you can release a statement saying, hey, with regards to these concerns that the residents have raised, hey, look, it's on page 10 of X policy, or page 11 of this policy, that these concerns that you have, we're already on it. I think when there's that level of transparency, I think it will help build trust. For one, would be my suggestion.
Yeah, hopefully we have, the majority of the trust of the community. We've been working hard, and that's why I'm here tonight to say this is the information. I'm putting it out there, and we're developing a policy right now for body-worn cameras right now, and we don't have them. We're getting ahead of the curve. That's what we do here in Westborough. Very, very proud of the staff working extremely hard, during these times, and we're listening. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing I hope that you take away from this is, we are listening. We're hearing what people are saying, and I can tell you, listen, we're going to make mistakes, not to the level that we've seen across the country, obviously, in my opinion, but we're going to take corrective action when those mistakes happen, and we're doing things right the majority of times, and quite frankly, body-worn cameras are only going to help us with our criminal cases, the way things are going. So it's just a matter of, it's a huge cost. You're talking about the golf course and everything else. This is a huge cost. We're going to need another admin just to download these videos, at least on a part-time basis, because we just won't be able to keep up. And if you Google some states out in the western part of the country, they'll tell you they had to shut the programs down. It actually bankrupted them. So there's going to be a lot of requests for videos from defense attorneys, from a lot of people. It's going to take a lot of time. I've got no problem with it. I just need the resources to be able to adequately provide those. We've been very busy with our manpower, and we're trying to get that information out there as well to the public to say, you need boots that meet the ground, and I don't want to be taking them off the road to make videos.
Okay, and just one last question, Chief. Do we use no-knock warrants in our town?
I mean, I can defer to Detective Sergeant Tompkins. In my career, I've used no-knock warrants, whether it be in the drug task force or when I was on like SWAT. These are very, very serious, dangerous felons with weapons. And it's a good tool if it's used correctly. If it's used incorrectly, obviously not. The very, very, very limited basis, even with very dangerous people, the courts won't grant a no-knock warrant. It'll be like, when sun rises, when you serve the warrant. So say when we talk about no-knock warrants, we're talking about a very, very, and I'll defer to Steve Tompkins. I mean, I'll say in my career, and this is me being on a SWAT team and a commander of a SWAT team and commander of a drug task force, I can only account a few times in my 32 years where we issued a knock-no warrant. But I'm going to, since Detective Sergeant Tompkins has been here for 20 years, I'll let him also respond to the no-knock search warrant.
So we haven't done one here in Westborough. I also have been involved with a couple of them, but again, far and few between, very, very difficult to get. And usually the documentation to why a no-knock is being requested is substantial. And then on top of that, the personnel that usually handles a no-knock very specifically trained in how to do it. So there's a lot of things that go into that, but again, I've never done one here.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't think anyone else is as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is Massachusetts, and we're very stringent on our engagement. And like I said, I'm talking on a SWAT team. That's who would be basically conducting that warrant, would be, someone that's tactically trained, to deal with that for the safety of officer safety and for the safety of the public and the occupants. So they're very, very rare here in Massachusetts.
Thank you. Other members of the board, questions or comments? Okay, so I will, first of all, thank you very much for this presentation. For the benefit of the public, we did intend it to be a brief update. I would, on behalf of the board, like to ask you to come back to talk to us about the body cameras piece and a little bit more about 8 Can't Wait. Chief Laurie, I know that you and your team are familiar with the community statement that the board put out, and I want to remind the public that this update is part of that. It's your commitment to that. We'd ask that you come and give the community update on the policies and procedures in the accreditation process. So thank you for doing that. Part of that commitment also is understanding a little bit more about 8 Can't Wait, and I know I personally, you've said some things here that are, paint the honest complexities of kind of a slogan when it comes to applying those to what is a very dangerous job. And so I think it would be helpful for all of us to have a better understanding of maybe the complexities of incorporating that into policies and procedures, and maybe there are some, to your point about duty to intervene, that are easier to, or you see opportunity to earlier on to incorporate than others. So we'll hold that for a future meeting along with the body cams. So I appreciate that.
Well, on behalf of the agency, I want to thank you for this opportunity. We're here. Anyone that has any questions, please contact me at any time. Again, I'd like to thank Detective Sergeant Tompkins for assisting today. He, like I said, doing a great job. You have a fantastic police department. Honored to be a part of that team, and we're here for you. Whatever you need, just ask. We're here.
Thank you.
Have a great night, everybody.
Thanks. Be safe out there. Thank you.
Roger that.
Oh, I don't think I ever got a Roger that before. That was fun. All right.
I'm just testing this. Can you hear me, Shelby?
Yes, Lee, we can hear you loud and clear. Did you have a question for?
No, but something weird. I'm hearing a echo. I'm just going to completely turn off and come back.
Okay, yeah, we see you twice on the screen, Lee, so maybe if you do that, that would be great. Okay, Christy, back to you with fall town meeting date. I believe John Arnold is still on with us. I see him, so that's great. John, thanks for staying with us tonight.
So I followed up again with the school department And then also with John Arnold, the moderator, and the town clerk regarding some proposed dates for the fall town meeting. The fall town meeting typically happens the third Monday in October. We've talked about the benefits of pushing that off a few weeks. Initially in your packet, I was recommending November 7th, which is a Saturday, so that we could be in the school building for one day and not have to break up and set up again, because the school is really using a lot of those rooms for instruction now. And so in talking to the town clerk, she requested that we actually push that to November 14th, which is the following Saturday, because the national election would still be wrapping up through the 7th. So, so my request would be to set the town meeting date for November 14th, 9 a.m. I sent out right before your meeting started a draft of the warrant. And right now there's about 10 articles on it. So we would just need to set that date and then get an start advertising that. That would help the finance committee start to prepare.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I move, pursuant to the authority granted under Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 9, and the town's bylaws, to hold the fall special town meeting on Saturday, November 14th, 2020 at 9 a.m. at the Westborough High School, 90 West Main Street, and to post notice of the same.
I'll second that, Selectman Johnson.
Okay. Moved and seconded. John Arnold is reporting he's having some issues with mic and camera, so he says the date is fine with him on our chat, just for everyone's benefit, if you can't see that. Any discussion from the board?
And correct, so Shelby, hello?
Yes.
So just as a reminder, and I think John can speak to this, if things, by November 14th, I don't know if there'll be a resurgence or if there'll be, between both COVID but correct me if I'm wrong, we can still postpone it if things are not, right? We can still do a postponement after we've made a meeting date, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. We did that before. We can do it again, right?
Christy?
Yes. So John can postpone it if there's an emergency, and that included in that was the public health emergency.
Okay.
But just so that you know, yes. That's really the latest day that we can do it to set the tax and to have the time to set the tax rate. So it'll be really important that we have that meeting if at all possible.
Yeah, and so for everyone's benefit, for those that might not be able to see the chat right now, John is saying that in an emergency, it could be postponed. The timing is critical, as Christy just said, and he'll be working closely with the Board of Health as he has in the past. So thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments or questions. I don't see Leah's joined back, but we do have a quorum. I'll call for roll call vote. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery, are you back? Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes. That's 400 for being present at this time. Great. Okay. All right, Christy, next agenda item, date for special town meeting.
So I'm proposing September 29th for the date of the town meeting. So that's a Tuesday night, and it would be at 7 o'clock at the high school. And again, I checked these dates with all of the people I mentioned earlier.
Okay. I'll take a motion if someone wants to make it.
Sure, I'll move to set the special town meeting date for September 29th, 2020 at 7 p.m. at the Westborough High School.
Edinburgh seconds.
Okay, thank you. Great.
That new phone number, by the way, is me. I decided to use my phone and call. So
okay, thanks,
I
John.
gave up on my microphone, so I'm here and I will be quiet until needed. But I think you're taking the date for the 2-article special town meeting.
Yes, we are.
And what date was that? I was just dialing in.
September 29th at 7 p.m.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's okay with me too.
Great, thank you. And Lee, I see you're back. Can we hear you?
I can hear you. You can hear me?
Perfect. Yep, you're good. Thank you. Okay, great. The gang's all back here. Good. All right. Any discussion on, so I'm sorry, you know what, Alan, when you read the motion, did you read the first part, right? Just to the date?
I read the motion, just the first.
I'm sorry, Ian, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right.
I just moved to set the date.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the date? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a roll call vote. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery?
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes. 5005 being present. Okay, we move on to the next element relating to special town meeting. Christie.
So we actually have a 3-article special town meeting warrant. And I'm going to just pull that up for the public to be able to see.
Thank you.
So the first article is the land acquisition for the Eli Whitney property, and this is the $2.3 million authorization to purchase that property. This was the reason you had initially called the special town meeting. Second article is for $58,983 in free cash for the self-contained breathing apparatus. This was something that was on the annual town meeting warrant that we passed over because the chief knew that he would be applying for a grant. He did receive that grant, and so the initial ask was for $350,000. Based on the prices that he's received and the grant that he has received of $260,000, he's only asking for the $58,980. The reason that we're doing that at the special town meeting is that that's something that we need to, these pieces of equipment we need to obtain and get in service in time for January 1st. And then this is a new one as of today. I did speak with Selectman Marshall about it. This is the water facilities contract operator term. We currently have an agreement with, we contract with a contractor to manage our water plants. As everyone knows, we hired a consultant to help us with a contract because the current contract is set to expire on June 30th. Under Mass General Law, a contract over 3 years needs to be approved by town meeting. And so this is to request that town meeting approve the ability to go out and have a 20-year contract with a new water management contractor. So that is on here. And the reason that that's on the special town meeting as opposed to November is so that we can get all of these items in place in time for that June 30th termination deadline.
And if I can just speak.
2021, not 2020? That the contract expires?
Contract expires 2021, it should say. Yeah. Thanks, Ian. Yeah, and just for background, Christy and I did speak about this earlier this afternoon. So apologies to the board for sort of seeing a third article on here. As the public knows and the board knows, it's never our intention to overutilize special town meeting. But I felt like it was better certainly to bring it before the board for discussion, to have this on this warrant rather than going out to RFP with a contingency of a contract term. That's a pretty major element. So that's why it is here, and hopefully we can support that.
Shall I make a motion to place Articles 1, 2, and 3 on the special town meeting warrant as presented?
I'll second that motion, Emery.
Okay, thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Just
very
yes, briefly with respect to Article 3, I'm very comfortable with it because it says up to 10 years with up to 2 extensions. So it doesn't require us to do a 20-year contract. It just gives us that option and that flexibility.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, we'll go for a roll call vote. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery?
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hauschme,
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh,
Yes.
and Selectman Marshall, yes, 5005 being present. Okay, now I need a motion to close the special town meeting warrant.
I'll move to close the special town meeting warrant.
Okay.
Edinburgh, second.
All right, and no discussion. Selectman Johnson
Johnson, yes.
and Selectman Emery,
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hauschme,
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh,
Edinburgh, yes.
Selectman Marshall, yes, 5005 being present, the warrant is closed. Okay, and okay, now we're on to discussion vote in support of the articles for the special town meeting warrant. Want to take these one at a time? Is that, Christy, that's what we usually do? Ian, refresh my memory.
Yep.
Okay, great. Christy, could you just have those available in case you need to reference it? So Article 1 is land acquisition 31 to 33 Eli Whitney Street. I think we've talked a lot about this in various meetings.
One thing that I want to point out about this is that we do have language in here, and this would come up in my town manager report, so I'll just say it now. There is language in the article that would allow you to also, I'm just looking for it, grant a conservation restriction on the property. And so it doesn't require it, it just allows for it. And that's something that we talked about in terms of working with Sudbury Valley trustees. So it's something that the Conservation Commission is considering tonight at their meeting. Sudbury Valley trustees is also having that conversation. And I just wanted you to be aware of that, it certainly just allows you to do it. And it's something that's being, considered right now.
It's very important that it be in there, allowing us. Thank you for explaining that, Christy.
So I think the way we've done this in the past, as I now jog my memory, is we sort of just read through these quickly, not in all their language. If anyone wants to have discussion about them, then we had that discussion. Otherwise, we'll vote them as a group. Is that correct?
Perfect.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, so I just said anything on Article 1 for discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Article 2, which is the self-contained breathing apparatus replacement for the fire department. Okay, seeing and hearing none. And Article 3, which is the water facilities contract operator term. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Oh, did I hear someone? No. Okay.
I move that we support all three articles as presented.
Okay.
Edinburgh,
Motion.
seconds.
Okay.
Or Johnson.
No, you go with Edinburgh.
Yep.
You beat me to it.
Okay, great.
We're trying to be efficient here, moving it quickly.
Yep, thank you. Okay, moved and seconded. All right. We already said basically no discussion, so we'll go right to a vote. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery? Yes. Selectman Hauschme?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes. 5005 being present. And that is done. Great. Oh, Kirsty, sorry.
Oh, just that we would need you, at least 3 of you to come in to sign the warrant tomorrow so we can get it posted.
Okay, I can do that. I see
I
3
can do that
nods.
as well.
Okay, great.
I can do that as well.
Great.
So.
Okay, super. Excellent. Okay, Kirsty, capital planning policy for you and Kim?
Yep. So Kim presented this to you at the last meeting. Just as a reminder, this is capital planning policy already exists within our comprehensive financial management policies. It's a section of it. So this would really be a vote to update that section of the comprehensive fiscal management policies. Kim and I did present it to the Advisory Finance Committee on August 31st and answered questions about it. And we also talked to the school committee about it, and they presented it. The chair of the school committee and the superintendent presented it to the school committee. I know that there was a question about whether or not the policy fit with the current language in the charter related to the capital planning committee. I just wanted to clarify that this policy really strengthens the capital planning committee, but does not change the way that they would operate under the charter. Kim, I don't know if you have anything to add. Okay. So we would be looking for that vote tonight, and we'll be getting the capital planning documents out to the department heads this week. And we'll be having a meeting with the capital planning committee to talk about some of the new processes, making sure that departments and potentially boards and committees that haven't participated in the past understand that we're looking for more than we've looked for in the past.
Okay.
I'll move to amend the comprehensive fiscal management policy by deleting section C, capital planning policies, and replacing it with a new policy as presented.
Edinburgh seconds.
Okay, great, moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Just very briefly, I had some questions at the last meeting, which were predominantly around implementation. And I did have a meeting with Kim and Christy to go through those, and there's definitely a great plan in place for how the capital planning committee's function will modify as this updated policy goes into place. And so I actually think it's going to, in many cases, streamline some of the decision processes, as well as provide better perspective for town meeting when we get to town meeting about how we're spending our money on capital projects, big and small. So excellent work.
Thank you for doing that work and for updating us. Appreciate it, Alan. Okay, seeing no further discussion, roll call vote. Selectman Johnson?
Johnson, yes.
Selectman Emery?
Selectman Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi?
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh?
Edinburgh, yes.
And Selectman Marshall, yes, 5005 being present. Great. Okay. All right. So we have invited the legislative delegation to our next meeting. This part of our agenda is an opportunity to discuss what we want to ask them. They've asked for topics in advance. Selectman Hashmi had previously provided or talked about sending a letter to the delegation. And then kind of following that, we decided to invite the legislators to our meeting. So Christy had forwarded that email to us. And I know, Lee, you sent us something. So I'm going to start with Selectman Hashmi on this. And what I suggest, given we're sort of back on track, so that's great. I think that if you have ideas, let's listen to them. Let's try to keep it sort of brief in terms of what the question or the ask would be, and then we may have to narrow it down given how much time they'll have with us. So let's just kind of go through and everyone have a chance to add their ideas, and then we'll narrow it down if we have to. Okay, Selectman Hashmi, you have the floor.
So can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So my first thing would be just a brief discussion with them about Eversource. I just want to make sure that when they talk about, they keep saying they support the town's position. I just would like a clarification. As it stands, the town is against this. So I just want to clarify that they're also with us on opposing this. I think it would be helpful to have that discussion. The second, which references the discussion I wanted to was going to have the letter going to. Sorry, let me say this again. Wanted to discuss the budget process with them. Are they looking at additional sources of revenue? It would be helpful to have a discussion of what the legislative delegation is thinking about the budget process. What are the alternative sources or potential cuts, whatever they're thinking about. So those would be my two top priorities. And then lower down would be, where do we stand on transportation?
Can you clarify that on transportation?
Are you talking about the transportation?
Yes, please.
Okay, so MBTA and of course, Chapter 90 funding.
So just again, so I'm not clear what the question is about MBTA.
The MBTA is facing a huge budget shortfall because people aren't writing the
Okay.
MBTA as often. So I'm just wondering, like, what their thoughts are about this, extending support. Where do we go? I mean, what are they hearing? They probably have a better sense of. I mean, is the ridership going to come back? Not come back? I mean, this is a huge asset to our town. The MBTA station, or it used to be at one point, we couldn't find parking there. So it would be helpful to know, like, hey, what's going on? Because the MBTA, like all public transit systems, is really suffering because of the lack of ridership.
Okay, and there was another element to transportation, Syed?
The Chapter 90 money.
Okay, thank you. Lee, if you would please go next.
Thank you very much. I sent everybody an email, while we're in the middle of the meeting, but just so Sheila would.
Whoops, Lee, you're.
Okay, I'm sorry. I sent this to you all on an email during the meeting, so you may not have had a chance to look at it. But I wanted Sheila to have it, as it's 3 paragraphs and can go into the minutes. What I'm really trying to do is ask the legislators to protect public school teachers who've been affected with COVID, who may, as we now know, suffer long-term disability, heart disease, pulmonary disease, kidney disease, mental dysfunction. In the same way that they offer this type of protection to firefighters and police officers who are assumed to, if they have a heart condition, cancer, pulmonary disorders, that these are because of their work situation. So what I wrote was a proposal relative to the disability retirement of public school teachers. Firefighters and police officers currently enjoy the benefits of disability retirement laws that permit uniformed personnel to retire because of disability due to heart conditions, some cancers, and pulmonary disorders. The legislature created presumptions of law that require insurers to carry the burden of showing that these heart and lung-related illnesses were not caused by their employment, reversing the normal rules that require an employee claiming to be disabled from work and seeking a disability retirement to show that their condition was caused by employment. Until such a time as proven COVID vaccine has been tested and provided for wide distribution, the legislation, I think, should amend the teacher retirement law to create a presumption that teachers who contact the virus were infected through their employment, and that a teacher disabled as a consequence of being infected at work is entitled to the full retirement benefit she or he would have had at superannuation. And teachers disabled temporarily from work by the virus should have all their salaries and benefits continue until retirement or separation from employment. Teachers, as we know, are being asked to work under conditions of unknown risk, like fire and police, and a certain number will certainly become infected. I believe they deserve the same income security as the uniformed services and should not be expected to return to work without reassurances that will be afforded the same type of benefits as officers and firemen. They should not have to be forced to prove their job caused their infection. Taking that burden off their futures would go far towards showing that their work and lives are valued highly as others who are placing their lives at risk. So that's my suggestion, that we do something very much like we do for fire and police because of their work situations. As we know, COVID can affect people now for months and months and months after an infection, and maybe for a lifetime.
Okay, thank you very much. Alan.
A couple of things. We've gotten some good budget indication as far as state aid and funding for education. I'm interested on the transportation side of things, if they would start to advocate for the MBTA strategic planning process to be less spoken hub, Boston-centric, and address some of the needs of particularly the further out suburbs. In that, in Westborough, we've got people who commute to and from our town, from Waltham, from Franklin, up and down the 495 and 95 corridor, which is totally missing from the MBTA's current vision for the future. And I think now would be an appropriate time to start long-term planning for suburb to suburb mass transit and public transit operations. I'm also interested in understanding just where they are with the budget process in general. Yeah, obviously revenue, expenditures, local aid expectations, things of that nature.
Okay. Great, thank you. Ian.
I mean, just a question relative to what Lee had put out here. I mean, is this what we're expecting coming from the board, or is it just from individuals with comments on it? I'll make myself clear. So it's something to discuss, but are we looking for this to be that the board all supports this, or this is an individual board member's question or comment?
Yeah, so fair question. I mean, I think the intent of this of their meeting was to ask them questions. So what collectively as a board do we want to have, what questions do we have, and what information do we want? I mean, I wasn't expecting a proposal, and I would think in order for us to present a proposal to them, that might have to be a vote that we would take in a discussion to have to understand the impacts. I'm not saying I don't support it, but I think that might be a little bit ahead. Maybe it's a question for them. Has anything like this been presented, as opposed to we'd like you to make a proposal. You see the difference there? I mean, as opposed to, just as have you heard this in any of is there any work being done at the state level or in other towns and cities relative to this? I mean, that with respect to Lee's proposal that she's put forward.
I'm definitely saying this is something I'm concerned about as an
Yep.
individual selectman. I did talk to Danielle Gregoire about this, and she was very interested in it, and she wondered if I would just write my suggestion up so she could reference what I was talking about.
Sure.
And really what I'm talking about is what the legislature has done for fire and police. Now, it's a big deal. It isn't something we could ever decide just say, oh, great idea, because there are a lot of ramifications to that. But I think all of a sudden, we are putting a new group of workers into a situation where they could get chronic disability because of their work. And I think that's the question we have to start asking. What are we going to do anything about that?
And I agree it's a good question to ask. I'm wondering if it would be wise to talk to the school administration and the school committee about the issue, and that it's sort of.
I think if we wanted to agree as groups of town boards to send something, I think we definitely should. For me, just to raise the question, I don't feel like I have to talk to anybody else. I think somebody's got to put it on the radar, and then see what happens.
Yeah, I guess where the question is, because I mean, just getting it tonight and reading through it, I have a ton of questions on it. I'm not sure that I'm supportive of it. So I don't want it to be. I think, Shelby, you kind of answered. I think part of this would be is if we wanted to say, hey, this is something coming from our board, it might be the question that they would ask us. I don't think there's anything wrong with what Leah's done in talking to Danielle and on paper. I just right now, I'm not sure that I would be prepared to say that this is I've
Right, a priority from this board to pursue.
From the entire board to look at.
Right.
So that's just a question there. That was helpful.
So let's hold, yeah, so I think we're still formulating the list, but good question, because I was wondering the same, so.
Yeah. So I think, actually, most of what I had was covered. I do think, kind of an update on the budget process, where they stand and any updates they may have. I think Selectman Hashmi and Selectman Edinburgh kind of reiterated that. I agree with Selectman Hashmi. I'd like to talk about Chapter 90 and the ability to increase that from the 200 million to 300 million and pushing for that, just because we're continuing to fall short in terms of kind of our infrastructure replacement. And then the last one I had was just kind of would be any updates or information they have because of COVID on changes on projects, again, related to infrastructure, most notably the 495-90 interchange project, if there's any updates they may have on, any changes there. And then the final piece, again, sound like a broken record on infrastructure, but I know there's been a lot of topics thrown out really around the Mass Pike work, especially around the Alston rail yards, and just like to, update and their, views on that, because I do view the, similar to what Alan said, but somewhat different, but those that commute to and from the city, or those of us that use the airport someday again, hopefully, it'd be good to, understand a little bit better about where things currently stand on that.
That's the viaduct project.
Correct.
Yep. Okay.
That's it.
And,
Alan?
yeah, if I may just add one thing for consideration, and this, I apologize, it's in my notes, it came up today. The state, I believe it was this morning, announced that because of the way the unemployment insurance fund works, that next year most businesses will be seeing dramatic increases in the cost of unemployment insurance, even if none of their employees were laid off. It's sort of the impact on the shared risk pool. So I'd be interested in asking what plans are emerging to help mitigate that, because particularly for small businesses, they're talking potentially $350 to $400 per employee.
Oh my God.
And so,
Jesus. Meeting adjourned.
on top of what else is on top of what's already there. So, if there's any talk about any sort of structural relief, so that the unemployment insurance system doesn't go bankrupt, but we also don't bankrupt our small and mid-sized businesses in the process. Sorry, Shelby.
I
can see the numbers crunching in your head.
Wow, speechless. So I would love to understand kind of how we might be taking a different look at community health, both at the municipal level, given that we are now living in and experiencing a pandemic. So I know in our own town, we're contemplating, hiring a nurse. We've also seen in the private sector, certainly the devastation that COVID has caused to our long-term care residents. And Lee, sort of tangent to what you proposed here, and my concern is the slippery slope of all the workers that, right, are in those settings, right, that may have been or may be in the future exposed to COVID. And, is it inherent in the job? Maybe it is, but it does become a slippery slope. But I think concern for the workers, concern for the viability of those necessary facilities that exist to care for those individuals and the funding around that, as well as now what certainly we've seen, which is a desire for people to stay in their community, and how, any sort of legislative efforts to keep them there and keep them in their home. So that in and of itself could probably be a meeting. So I'm happy to defer that for my personal pursuits and questions after I understand unemployment insurance. So we've got a lot on here. I have like 8 things. Christy, you've certainly all been listing as well. What I've heard of consistent themes are definitely want an update on the budget process, where that stands, including thoughts about additional sources of revenue. I think we can wrap Chapter 90 into that, although it shouldn't. I mean, it certainly warrants standing on its own. We've got several questions here about transportation. I think all valid. I think points to bring up. whether they're able to discuss them or not. I think to Lee's point, we're putting them on the radar screen of these are questions and concerns that we have. One that was on my list was the Eversource project. We did get a letter, I think everyone saw, that the legislation was following up with Eversource, asking for Eversource to answer the town's questions. So that was supportive. I think it would be helpful to have a dialogue with them about their views of the project, because they are in communities that are also impacted, by it. And I think so I feel like we've covered all of these. I think the one, and I'm speaking for myself as a single member of this board, I'm supportive of bringing up the concept of, Lee, what you said in terms of teacher protection and kind of bringing it up as a, has this been considered, not necessarily something that we as a board have voted on in that context.
I think making it a simple question, is there any thought being given to protecting teachers who get sick on the job and are disabled in the same way we have that protection for firefighters and police officers? Very simple question, to be that easy.
Yes, Ian?
Shelby, just to that line, I think where it's going, because one of the other things is, because it's been talked about the federal level and at state levels, but I don't know if it's been talked about Massachusetts, is really kind of the more liability protections for businesses as well as municipalities. And whether there's any, discussion or updates on that, because I do think what I'm reading out there is that basically insurers, as people come up for renewals, they're excluding COVID and pandemic, and therefore, similar to what Alan brought up, the scary thing is,
right,
it would be uninsurable, and the municipality or businesses would be subject to those claims and have to, in essence, self-insure on those.
Right. Yeah, it's becoming a one line item written in, and what's your recourse?
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
Which makes sense from an insurance company there, but it's tough.
Right. So I think sort of where's the employer and to some extent in consumer protection on this?
Correct.
Okay. So Christy, I think you have a list there. Lots of similarities. Okay. Among our questions. All right. Good. All right. I think everyone feel comfortable with that?
Yep.
Okay. Super. Okay. All right, moving right along here. As stated earlier, when we opened this meeting a long time ago, we are skipping over item number 19. So there's no discussion there. And moving on to the Lyman Street Sidewalk project. So at our the past couple meetings, the Lyman Street project has been a matter that has been brought before the board by Selectman Hashmi. At the last meeting, the 825 meeting, when he brought it up again during issues and correspondence, I provided some remarks that, in fairness to him, he didn't appreciate. But that I felt were certainly necessary. And so what ensued since then has been a lot of work on the part of many people, a lot of emails, lots of discussions. And so I wanted to give an update to that situation and to provide certainly the board here, but the public too, an update to it, because it was I think it was a moment that stuck with all of us, and not one that was a great one. So I've got some notes here. I'll read them, and I think certainly Selectman Hashmi, if you want to respond to them, that's great. And I think Christy, you may or may not want to speak on behalf of the town. So My remarks are in response to the issue of this project, which, as a reminder, the Lyman Street Sidewalk project is part of the Pulte Del Webb Lake Chauncey development. The sidewalk project will run in front of Selectman Hashmi's property and that of 5 other residents on Lyman Street. At the August 25th meeting, when Selectman Hashmi and I were in disagreement, I agreed to take the time to research the matter and to understand the gap, if any, in communication between the town and the affected homeowners. For me, and for those who know me, I will always do my homework about the issues to better understand perspective and context from all parties involved. At the Board of Selectmen meeting on the 25th, during issues and correspondence, I was remiss in my understanding of Selectman Hashmi's context as it relates to this issue. Context defines where we are coming from, what we know, and how we perceive a situation. Since our exchange on the 25th, there have been a flurry of emails, that have included Selectman Hashmi and affected residents, as well as several social media posts by Selectman Hashmi to which I have not responded. It was during these that I had my aha moment. I realized then that Selectman Hashmi was speaking from a completely different context from mine. His premise was that the town neglected to provide communication to residents regarding the Lyman Street Sidewalk project. Looking back on emails and his statements to the board, it is clear that it was his understanding that the town should have provided some sort of advance notice to neighbors during this current phase of the sidewalk development project, and that this would not only allow for resident questions, but an opportunity for residents to provide input in advance of construction. I want to be clear. The town was not neglectful in its communication, nor did it shut the doors as stated in an email by Selectman Hashmi to residents and myself and others, because there was no requirement of resident communication during the development phase of this project. As the saying goes, there is no there. Understanding the town's process, the town's context is critical for us as selectmen so that we can convey accurate information to residents. The town did provide notice during the planning board's process to create a special permit for the Pulte Del Webb project. Through that process, the actual construction planning and design work was for this project, for the sidewalk project specifically, was delegated to DPW and the town engineer. And it was through the special permit process that the abutters to this project were notified that sidewalks would be created. It is at this time residents could have responded with their questions or concerns, but in fairness to all, that would have been premature in the process. This project's work is entirely in the town's right-of-way. As a result, in line with existing protocols, the town is not required to seek permission or to have residential impact walkthroughs. That doesn't mean, however, that residents or businesses are left in the dark in these situations. Rather, it is the practice of town and DPW to provide formal written notice once the construction plan is in place in an effort to open feedback to the plan. When this issue was recently raised during the July and August 2020 timeframe by Selectman Hashmi, project communication to the community was not required. All work done thus far, which includes an informal resident walkthrough, stakes along the proposed path, etc., all of it is preliminary. Thus, there is time for questions and answers, and it continues to be the protocol of the town, of the DPW, to provide that opportunity as the project comes to fruition. I want the public to know that the DPW has invited all affected residents to a walkthrough of the project. This walkthrough will take place this Thursday, September 8th, 2020 at 4 p.m. It is the role of individual selectmen and elected the elected select board as a whole to connect, to listen, to find resources to help, and especially to help folks navigate the town. And we have a responsibility to collaborate, to solve problems. The more collaborative and engaging selectmen are with the community and with the town and with departments and with an open-minded position relating to the message and the context, the better the outcome for all parties involved. That is my response.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Lee.
You said DPW had invited residents to a walkthrough. On what date?
So the walkthrough that is planned is on Thursday, September 8th, 2020 at 4 p.m.
September 8th?
10th.
That's today.
I'm sorry, September 10th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Typo on my
Okay,
part.
the
Sorry,
10th.
Thursday
Okay.
the 10th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was planning to follow up just on behalf of the town's process. I think Shelby outlined it really well. I know that Selectman Hashmi had sent an email and had mentioned that he hadn't received a response. Certainly I did reach out and told him that we were under the impression that he had received the response. So I do apologize for that. But it is never anyone's intention to not respond. Certainly if there's a question, reach out to any of the department heads or our office. I think a phone call or is equally welcome. So.
Selectman Hashmi, would you like to weigh into this or comment? Certainly a topic you care a lot about.
So I'd like to comment on what has happened from my side, and I hope that as Selectman Marshall outlined, would put her requests into the record. I hope that I'll send these later to Sheila to be put in the record. And Robert Greene Ingersoll wrote that nothing discloses real character like the use of power. And while Ingersoll was reflecting on the legacy of Abraham Lincoln, I recently saw up close and personal how power is used in our town. And to be clear, all I was asking for about a sidewalk was a request for information. And let's also be clear that Selectman Marshall said that I gave false statements. And I think that these allegations that she made that I gave false statements merit public discussion, not just because they involve me, your elected official or elected representative, but what has happened to me or my neighbors could just as easily happen to you or your neighbors. These allegations raise fundamental questions of how and for who this town work or should work, and how we as a town can and must do better. To be clear, all our neighborhood wanted was information about what was going on regarding about the sidewalks in our neighborhood. And I initially wanted to stay out of it because I'm a town selectman. However, my neighbors were the ones that reminded me that I was also there to represent them. And when I initially reached out to the town, I didn't disclose where I live because I didn't want to make it personal. It shouldn't matter where one lives when it comes to addressing the concerns of the residents. And I would just remind the residents, in case any of them are watching, how many times and for how many of you have I done the same? Now, I sent emails to the town administration on behalf of my neighbors, including my neighbors on those emails, asking for information, not asking for anything else, just asking for information about the sidewalk. When I received no response to those emails, it is then that I raised this issue publicly at board meetings, hoping to get a response on behalf of my neighbors from town administration. And since everyone in our board likes to refer to the policies, there's actually a selectman's communication policy, which should a selectman receive a verbal complaint, the selectman will summarize the complaint and send it to our address with contact information so the town manager may respond. A copy of the response will go to all selectmen, or the town manager will summarize the response if it is a verbal response. I was hoping that this board, our board, would choose to assist or advocate for our neighborhood in the pursuit of information about what was going on. However, a member of this board, Selectman Marshall, has chosen to make this neighborhood issue, personal about me, instead of focusing on the question at hand. Did the town reach out to inform all of us about the proposed sidewalk and its impact on our home? Initially, when this was first raised, Selectman has raised that this was not an issue for the board. I disagree. When a member of the Board of Selectmen contacts the town administration, I hope we can all agree there needs to be a timely response, or it is reasonable to bring this issue up with the larger board. This is the job of the board. It's one of the things that we are elected to do, to ensure that the town administration is responsive to citizens, and also to a selectman speaking on behalf of the citizens. As elected officials, we are the voice of the voiceless. It is the most fundamental obligation of the office that we hold. And as a resident wrote to me, It is disappointing that one selectman would argue the administrative aspect behind the issue rather than spending the time and energy trying to actually resolve the issue at hand. For the past week, our neighborhood has been busy responding to these allegations. 4 of the affected homeowners, including me, have now confirmed they were not formally notified by the town, as opposed to what Selectman Marshall said initially at her meeting. 1 was informed informally, so thus 5 out of 6 homes were not officially informed by the town. Town officials have also not shown us what they have done to reach out to their neighborhood. We have not also been informed of the protocols. Now, granted, now Selectman Marshall says there is no need to put protocols, and I'll get to that in a minute. It's also worth noting that Selectman Marshall made these accusations against me based on talking to an affected homeowner, and through him another homeowner via phone call. At no point during this did she ask to see what sort of communication had been provided to our neighborhood. At no point did she ask to see the 2 emails I had written to the town with no response. In statistics, talking to an affected homeowner and through him another homeowner via a phone call would be considered inadequate sample size, which frequently leads to incorrect conclusions. If she would have just reached out to me prior to raising this issue, I would have provided her with the contact information for our entire neighborhood. I would ask the residents, if this happened to your street, what would you do? What would you do when your neighbors were not informed about a project and came looking to you for detailed answers and found you were just out of the loop as they were? Wouldn't you try to find answers? Selectman Marshall told the residents of my neighborhood that if this had happened in her neighborhood, she would have encouraged her neighbors to call the DPW with their questions and concerns. And I believe another selectman said the same at our last meeting. I ask, what is the point of being elected? If we as elected officials can express no sympathy, empathy for our own neighbors, if we cannot advocate on their behalf, then what hope is there for the rest of our residents that your elected official will stand up and fight for you? Being a public servant means serving the public. It means making sure that the voices and the concerns of those whom you represent, all of them, are heard. Being a public servant means helping your neighbors navigate a process that they may not know how to navigate alone. And while we are in the midst of a frustrating process, there's some movement in the right direction. I want to thank the town for that. Going through this process, I think, will help me tackle one of the reasons why I ran for office in the first place, the lack of clear, concise communication from the town to our residents. I want to use this experience to come up with a solution that will be a positive for every resident in the town. For starters, we need to assure that the town follows a formal, consistent process to engage residents when municipal construction work has been planned and approved. The onus should be on the town to communicate to the homeowners, and towards that end, I propose a resident bill of rights to protect homeowners from ever having to go through this again. This represents a real opportunity for all of us to be good neighbors, to bridge the divide in our town and help heal our community. Yesterday, it was a spur house that was being torn down to build a parking lot without neighborhood input. Today, it's a sidewalk being built without neighborhood input. Tomorrow, it could be a gas line. If the chairman of the Board of Selectmen can call out a fellow selectman for having the temerity to stand up for his neighborhood against the town, who will stand up for you? How many of you have the time and energy to fight City Hall? The pursuit of answering Selectman Marshall's questions and allegations has taken time from all of us, when it could have been pursued to bringing us together. I used the platform of my elected office to advocate for my neighbors. All I was asking for repeatedly was information about this sidewalk. I was asking for transparency. It is what I've done since I got elected. It's what I ran on. Selectman Marshall used the platform of her office to spread blatantly misleading information about me into the public record. She used the power of her office to dismiss the concerns of my neighbors. It sparked an enormous amount of angst, anger, and concern in our neighborhood. This could have been a chance for us to work together to improve communication. Even today, we have received no apology for what we've had to endure. One of my favorite quotes is, "You shall not side with the great against the powerless." Have you heard those words before, gentlemen? Do you recognize their source? From that same source, I add this injunction. It is what you do to me, is what you do to the least of them, you do to me. I got involved in town government because I felt community concerns were not being addressed, that they were perhaps being silenced. And now, despite serving as a selectman, I find my neighbors' concerns being dismissed. We should be listening to our residents and their concerns, not silencing them. We're silent for asking questions and speaking the truth. What lesson does that hold for the rest of our residents? How many people are going to volunteer to serve when they see the cost of raising your hand is that false accusations about you may be unjustly read into the public record? It shouldn't matter where you are or who you are. All residents are entitled to know and participate in what is going on in their neighborhood. Residents need to feel comfortable that their voices will not be sidelined, will be heard, listened to, and that their concerns will be acted on. And town officials and employees need to work as partners with the residents they serve. Our residents need to know that there's a consistent process for all, and we need to do better following that process to ensure that there's equal justice for all. And so with that, I suggest a resident Bill of Rights with a focus on equal justice for all, with engaging the residents, protecting residents' rights, and maintaining the character and integrity of our neighborhoods. And I would suggest that town departments develop a clear, consistent, concise communication that incorporates all the regulatory requirements of individual departments into a unified document that can be used to communicate with residents prior to beginning municipal work. This could include a checklist to ensure consistency across departments. Resident input will be sought prior to initiation of any project so that any preliminary planning takes individual concerns into account. Municipal construction with impacts on neighborhoods.
Syed, I'm going to ask you to pause here because now you're getting into. I appreciate your idea, but if you have now you're getting into a specific proposal that you might want the board to cover. And to be honest with you, you've made your point about the Bill of Rights. If that's something you want on a future agenda item, we can put that on there and you can present it. So with all due respect, I don't want to cut off your idea, because I think it's one certainly this board would be contemplative about at a future meeting, but now is
Okay,
not the
I will
time.
send that to the board then.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I?
But I'm sorry, Lee, just for a moment. So Syed, aside from the other details of the Bill of Rights, is there anything you'd like to close with? Because I don't want to cut you off.
Nope. That's it. Thank you. I'll send the rest to Sheila.
Okay, thank you. Selectman Emery, yep.
Thank you. That was way too much for me to comment on. You're giving it all at once, listening to you, Shelby, and to Syed. I do want to correct one thing that Syed said, though, because I don't ever like there to be examples of us not doing something put into the medical record. I mean, the medical record sounds like one. I think he said that there was no public input about the Spur House is going to be torn down with no public input. There were 3 years of public input. There was an entire committee of residents and other interested people
that was
put
before.
together.
Before.
No, there was plenty of public input on the Spur House, 3 years of it, Syed. So to dump it in a list and say categorically there was no public input on that about it being torn down is just a gross misstatement of the process.
Okay. For the board's benefit and to respond to the main issues that Syed is concerned with, that I accused him of false statements, I will resend those to the board. But I will reiterate those here because I think we need to be clear. There were 3 points. I made the point of homeowners were concerned with having not been contacted on the project. In the emails that were sent, Syed initiated those emails, and the emails subsequent to that, the homeowners said, I have some questions. They didn't express concerns on not being contacted. Second point, no communication had been provided to affected homeowners by DPW. We can kind of go back and forth all around. There was communication. They were aware of it. There was no there. Now,
5 out of 6 people have said no. Shelby, are you?
Syed, I didn't interrupt you. So the communication was provided as part of the special permit process. You're all well aware of this. Months, probably a year, actually, I'd have to go back. And no communication was required at this time. That's not, our DPW director was committed to formally, meaning in writing, and Christy can speak to this because she manages that department ultimately, reaching out to all the neighbors, aside from when you originally raised the question. So that was already in the works. But no communication had been provided is a false statement because everyone was aware of the project. The specificity of the communication may not have met your specific needs, but again, to Lee's point of making a blanket statement, it makes everyone question the process. And then the final point that I had made that you disagree with was communication had only been provided to one homeowner. And then it goes on to say the homeowner saw the stake area that day and hadn't been notified by DPW. That's not truth. You were aware of the project, and 2 other residents were aware of it. Not formal notification, but you were aware of it. So, you know, we can agree that the communication process didn't meet, you know, kind of your expectations. I absolutely see your point, but kind of to go back and forth, you know, we need to kind of bring this to a closure. So I think, you know, you said your piece, I've said my piece. The work of the town is well beyond sidewalks and this kind of stuff. So I'm done talking about it. I see Christy's hand is up and Alan is off mute, as is Ian. I'm not sure if they want to comment. So Christy.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. The DPW, as Shelby has said, had no requirement to inform, but absolutely intended to, related to the construction timeline. They've done this with other neighborhoods. And I just also, you know, I know that, and I did apologize, Syed, that you did not receive a response because there was miscommunication about who had responded to you, and I did apologize. But in terms of not responding to an entire neighborhood, I don't see those emails. So if there were other emails that came into town staff, you know, that's something that we should look at. But as far as your neighbors not getting answers to their questions, I did not see other emails. And again, I do apologize and have apologized now.
Okay.
Madam Chair, could we move on?
Yes, we can. Thank you for the board's patience with this matter, so we could bring it to closure. Christy, we'll transition to you to I think we're on town manager report, which the board received in advance of the meeting.
Sorry, I had the wrong one.
That's okay.
The Eli Whitney property, I already told the board that we're looking at the possibility of the conservation restriction. And that's something that I'll keep you updated on. Related to the FY21 budget schedule, last year on September 26th was when we held our first budget summit, which was a tri-board meeting, the Board of Selectmen, the school committee, and the finance committee. Given that we would need to meet virtually, because even if we tried to meet in person, the number of people on those boards and committees would exceed the number allowed in one of our meeting spaces. I've talked to the superintendent about just issuing the 3 boards a joint memo outlining our FY 2021 budget priorities. And so that's something that we would pursue unless I hear concerns from the board. The fall town meeting warrant has been sent out to you, and I will attach it to this town manager report, and I'll also send it out to my typical list. But as I said, it's 10 warrant articles. In addition to some of the articles that are remaining from the annual town meeting, there are 3 articles related to the creation of the Affordable Housing Trust. There's an article to rescind debt, which we've talked about on the board before. And then there's a town seal article. So I'll provide that to you, and we can talk more about it at the next Selectmen's meeting. The board did receive an update from the delegation, specifically Rep. Gregoire's office, about the conveyance of the sliver parcel from the Lyman School. Today, the Senate concurred with the House in referring it to the Joint Committee on State Administration Regulatory Oversight, and now the bill is officially before the committee. So it's House Bill 4970. Representative Gregor's office continues to work on this with the town and DCAM. Related to mitigation, we've had requests to discuss mitigation and the process of mitigation. Selectman Marshall in Edinburgh, Jim Robbins, Mark Silverberg as the chair of the planning board, and myself met to discuss how we might bring this topic up, since it is something that's controlled by the planning board. And the planning board has agreed that it would be beneficial for them to put together some informational materials that they could put on the website and send out to the public so that people can sort of understand how this mitigation process works.
Christy, is that mitigation in general or specific to something?
No, mitigation in general. So it could be sidewalks, it could be money for some other type of project.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, I think we kind of throw that term mitigation around a lot. Certainly we've all been in discussions as members of the select board, and then as we hear it in other meetings or as it relates to projects. So really felt like providing some education to what it means and when it applies would be helpful for the public.
Related to the staffing study, that was something where I talked to you about my recommendations for implementation of the organizational changes. And then there's a whole other set of recommendations that are related to operations. That was something that we couldn't fit on this agenda, but something that we will put on a future agenda. And those are the items that would not require town meeting. Reopening. So the town hall has officially reopened with some restrictions, and we'll be advertising that out tomorrow, but we were open today. We were also open. People who were in the town hall for early voting probably noticed that we were sort of doing a soft opening to make sure that we were prepared for the public coming in. The Forbes Municipal Building, which is Youth and Family Services, Conservation, Historic Commission, Building, and Planning Departments, is open by appointment only. So we're continuing to work on how it's to look at how that reopening will work in that building. Also, as you heard earlier, they have some HVAC issues that we're trying to take care of. And then I have my department updates. So then the Public Works, thanking Fang Nguyen for his support that he provides the DPW in the town for drawings, evaluating stormwater proposals. He's receiving accolades from his department for a job well done. We are welcoming a new assistant town engineer in mid-September. As you all know, that position has been vacant for a very long time, so we're very excited about that. So thanks to Kim and Chris and their work on that process. The DPW is also moving forward with a contract to construct a new well in order to provide the town an additional option for future water supply. The fire department is working to develop a 9/11 ceremony virtually. So I did send an email out to the board. The chief is really working directly with Westborough TV in regards to that. Typically, the ceremony happens in the fire department parking lot by the 9/11 memorial. The fire department's also hosted the needle drop-off and prescription drop-off programs for several years. So due to COVID, the access to the containers has been prohibited. But due to the increasing request for service, there will be a drop-off in the parking lot of the fire station on September 10th from 10 to noon. So that's this Thursday. Mask usage will be required.
Christy, can I just ask, will that be advertised on the, at least the East Main billboard?
We can put it up there.
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The fire department's teamed up with Westborough TV to create a fire safety video for the community. And so far they've filmed 4 short clips. In the library, the adult services librarian, Donna Martell, retired on August 31st, and she's been with the library for over 30 years. And then within my town manager report and department updates is the phase 2 reopening. So the library has reopened, also with restrictions, and they're continuing their curbside pickup. So the details of that is within the report. With the police department, the chief has provided an update on the body cameras, which you heard tonight, which is that they've applied for grants. The K-9 team successfully tracked and subsequently located some domestic violence suspects. Officer Girardi and Officer McNeil were given commendations for an arrest that involved a stolen firearm. And the traffic unit has been extremely busy addressing citizens' concerns. And then with the recreation department, we have an update here on the Mayberry Street playground. So we've talked about this multiple times. We had a resident who was interested in this, and we gave him some information about how we had created the tot lot while at the same time exploring the potential for a grant to build this. So we've estimated that the total project cost would be about $240,000, with $70,000 of it being tree removal and preparing the ground. Jen Kirkland, our recreation director, has reached out to the park grant, and they have advised that it's not favorable to do it in phases and that we should apply for the entire project at one time. So Westborough would only qualify for 56% reimbursement. So this is something that might come up if the town were to fund it, as opposed to fundraising in the neighborhood, like the tot lot was, how the tot lot was created, then we would, that would go through the capital planning process. I know the board has asked before if we put the resident who is requesting in contact with the resident who really drove the the tot lot fundraising, and the information has been emailed to that person. So I just want to reiterate that. And that's all I have.
Lots going on. Thank you, Christy, very much. Okay, we now move into issues and correspondence of the Selectmen. I will start with Selectman Johnson.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be real quick. I just wanted to remind folks to be ever diligent in these times of COVID. I did hear about a situation on social media with a lot of folks in town associated with it, with someone reaching out for help in support of individuals. That turned out to be a scam, but people had donated and put money into buying products, sending them off, all that type of stuff. So just something to be diligent of, and we all want to be good neighbors. It's what's been talked about earlier here. We all want to contribute. We have a great community of caring people, but it is something, unfortunately, certain people may use these as opportunities to run scam operations. So as always, be diligent about it. If you have a question about it, raise it. I know that my understanding is the police did get involved because of questions raised. But again, just something to be diligent about. We all want to be helpful. We all want to do our part and contribute where we can. That's why we set up the fund we did, just for folks, just to remind them that, you know, to look at things, ask the questions, do a little research before sending money or sending stuff, because unfortunately there are incidents that are scam places that we don't want to be part of. So, but that is all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Selectman Edinburgh.
Okay, 2 areas of conversation or updates, issues and correspondence this evening. One, activity of the Economic Development Committee, in part to respond to the impact on local businesses related to COVID-19. The EDC in the town is going to be intends to join a competitive grant program to help provide funding to fill empty retail spaces. Most of the work falls on to Kim and the assessor's office and other folks in the departments to identify locations that would qualify under the rules of the grant. Because the grant program requires matching funds, the EDC is looking at making changes to the small business grant program to provide some of those matching funds. So effectively, there's a program where if retail space has been vacant for a certain period of time, it qualifies for a matching grant for funds to help a business move in and make that space productive. And so first we need to identify the spaces. There's a grant process. When we understand the award, we'll be ready also to provide those matching funds for the grant and help businesses grow and move into town. Second area I want to talk about is the Affordable Housing Trust Working Group continues. We're as of last Friday, we're back to meeting bi-weekly. We have been meeting weekly for the last month to accelerate our activities. The big news off today, and I'm going to be a little indulgent here and share a screen. We launched our community engagement and community outreach site. So that is up and running. The goal of this site is to educate people about housing affordability, what it is, where we are as a town in Westborough, where we believe we need to have improvement with respect to housing affordability in general and affordable housing programs specifically. So the site has a lot of information available, links to additional presentations, primers about affordable housing and housing trusts, frequently asked questions. We're running a series of questions we'd like the community to answer in the feedback section. We've got our 5 initial questions up there now. Probably within the next week, we'll pull one out and add a new question. We'll let you know when that happens. And so this is really about education, engagement, and getting a sense from the community where priorities lie and where we feel the need is, which will, should we go forward and obviously advocate for the creation of a housing trust, will guide the work of the trust and how it works with the other entities in town to improve housing affordability. Latest update today is we now have the ability to instantly translate the site into Spanish, Portuguese, and Arabic, the same 3 languages we noticed the school department is providing all of their communications in. There's also a link in the bottom in the footer of the page. There are about 20 other languages you can choose. It'll take a couple seconds, but it'll translate the entire site as well. So I encourage people to come in, peruse the information, answer our questions. One of them is open-ended, so if you have any question about affordable housing or housing affordability, feel free to ask. Our team will be providing answers. We're updating pretty quickly. And you can also subscribe so that when we make updates, you get notified that there's new information or new questions that we're looking for input on. So I encourage people, the link to the site, I won't give the URL verbally, it's a lot, but there's links to it on the Affordable Housing Trust Working Group page on the website. And we're also sending it out in various social media formats. So keep an eye out for that as well. And that's it. And
Great,
thanks to the working group. It's a lot of effort has gone into getting us to where we are right now.
Great. Thanks, Alan. Lots of great work being done. Encourage folks to get out there and complete that. Selectman Hashmi.
I have nothing.
Okay. Lee?
Hi, yes. Shelby, you can do this better than I. Ian was talking about the scam on collecting money for COVID funds. I just went online myself to check the town website because I know we obviously have a fund
Yes.
that people can contribute to, and it's very actively accessed by Westborough residents requesting help. Could you just tell everybody if they want to donate, should they just call town hall and say, how can I donate? Or did I miss something on the website?
Yep. No. I'm sorry. Did someone say something? Okay. Yes.
So if I want to donate money for the Westborough COVID Fund,
Yep.
who do I call or where do I go on the website?
So if you have questions about who to call or you have anything COVID related, the information line is still open at 508-871-5111. And then the Community COVID Fund can be accessed. Since the Rotary Club is hosting that, you can just go to the Westborough Rotary.org and find it there, but you can also link through it through our COVID section on the website under resources.
Okay, I tried to do that, didn't see it, so I'll try again.
Okay.
But that's good. Maybe the best thing is just call the Rotary or go to the Rotary site. They're
Yep.
collecting the money.
Call the town or go to the Rotary site, but yes,
Okay.
I'll make sure that link is working. Thank you, Lee,
Good.
in case it went down for some reason.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, a couple updates from my end here. I want to thank the town clerk, staff, all the poll workers, and the volunteers for a successful primary. The turnout, I was there volunteering, and the turnout was really steady. So it was nice to see people out wearing masks. Everyone seemed to be really cooperative. And it was tremendous effort. I know that department is under a lot of stress these days, and they're doing a great job. So I want to thank them. I want to remind everyone that kids are going back to school. The sun is dropping lower and lower in the sky, so there's sun glare, and we're all sort of still maybe in a little bit of the summertime lull because the weather's still beautiful. But I ask folks to slow down, pay attention to crosswalks. If you're walking, you press one of the crossing signs, don't assume that the cars are going to stop for you. Please look and make sure that they see you. As a liaison, actually as an appointed member to the school building committee, I wanted to give this board an update and the community an update. Progress up at Fails, if you haven't seen it, continues. Very excited to report that on 9/11, the steel crane will be arriving, so that'll be a big deal to be on site. And then this physical steel actually starts arriving on the 14th. So that project continues to progress. And the final thing, I was asked by a single resident, so this wasn't an overwhelming request, but I have heard this in other venues that folks love, and I want to thank Westborough TV for all of the coverage that they're doing for, meetings beyond just the Selectmen and Finance Committee and those that they usually host. There's a lot of positive feedback that folks are finally seeing these meetings, finally seeing a lot of town meetings, more than they would have seen. And so I want to encourage committees to work with Westborough TV to have their meetings like this so that the public can be engaged. I think the public really appreciates physically seeing us in a time when we're all isolated. And that was made note that, it's great to see boards and committees actually participating in presenting themselves on videos. So encourage folks to continue to take advantage of that. And thank you to Karen, who is behind the scenes and still awake and taping this meeting. And with that,
She's still awake.
what?
You assumed she was still awake.
She is now. Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Emery.
Okay.
Edinburgh second. Nope, Johnson seconded.
Okay. With that, I won't entertain discussion. Selectman Johnson.
Yes.
Selectman Emery.
Emery, yes.
Selectman Hashmi.
Yes.
Selectman Edinburgh.
Yes.
Wow. Selectman Marshall, yes. 5005 being present.
Okay.
Thanks all. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Thanks. Bye.